kids, a parent's guide. Halloween is a fun and exciting time for children, but as parents, it's important to prioritize their safety. Today, we will share some valuable tips to ensure your child's Halloween candy is safe to devour. First, let's talk about inspecting the treats. Before your child digs in, go through their candy and remove any open or damaged packages. Check for any signs of tampering, including torn wrappers or broken seals. It's better to be safe than sorry. Next, let's discuss the importance of reading labels. Take a close look at the ingredient list, especially if your child has any allergies or dietary restrictions. Look out for common allergens like nuts or gluten. Keep an eye out for expiration dates as well, as some treats may have passed their prime. Now, onto portion control. Halloween is a sweets overload, but that doesn't mean your child should eat it all at once. Encourage moderation and limit their daily candy intake. Teach them the importance of saving and savoring their treats over time. It's all about balance. Additionally, teach your child not to accept homemade or unwrapped treats from strangers. Stick to factory-sealed candies for safety reasons. Remind them to be cautious and only accept treats from trusted sources. Finally, let's talk about sharing the joy. Encourage your child to donate any excess or unwanted candy to a local charity or organization. It's a great way to teach them about giving back, while also reducing the amount of candy they consume. Remember, keeping your child safe during Halloween is a team effort. By following these simple tips, you can ensure a spooktacular and worry-free Halloween for your little ones. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more helpful tips. Happy Halloween! Welcome to Pumpkin Pals, the curious and spooky tale of carving jack-o'-lanterns. Today, we'll dive into the fascinating world of pumpkins and uncover the mystery behind why we carve them. So, let's get started. Did you know that carving pumpkins actually started centuries ago in Ireland? They used to carve scary faces into turnips or potatoes to ward off evil spirits. But when Irish immigrants came to America, they discovered the pumpkin, which was perfect for carving. Every year, on Halloween, we carve pumpkins into jack-o'-lanterns. But have you ever wondered why they are called jack-o'-lanterns? Legend has it, there was a man named Stingy Jack who made a deal with the devil and tricked him not once, but twice. Jack was doomed to wander the earth with only a burning coal inside a carved-out turnip. People started carving scary faces to scare away Jack and any other evil spirits. Nowadays, we carve all kinds of designs on our pumpkins. From spooky ghosts to friendly witches, the possibilities are endless. And the best part? Carving a pumpkin is super fun. You can scoop out the slimy insides and create your very own masterpiece. Did you know that pre-drawing on pumpkins can enhance your carving experience? When it comes to pumpkin carving, most people dive right in with a knife, but taking the time to pre-draw your design can make a world of difference. There are a few reasons why pre-drawing is a step worth taking. First, it allows you to plan and visualize your design before making any irreversible cuts. You can experiment with different shapes and patterns, ensuring that your final carving will be exactly what you envisioned. Pre-drawing also helps you create more intricate and detailed designs. By mapping out your design beforehand, you can take the time to sketch out every intricate detail, making your carving truly exceptional. Another benefit of pre-drawing is that it allows you to make adjustments easily. If you're not satisfied with how a certain element looks, you can easily erase it and try again. This saves both time and frustration, ensuring that your carving turns out just the way you want it. So, next time you're ready to embark on a pumpkin carving adventure, take a few moments to pre-draw your design. You'll be amazed at the difference it makes in the level of artistry you can achieve. If you've ever wondered about the perfect age to carve a pumpkin, you're in for a treat. Believe it or not, the ideal age to start pumpkin carving is around 3 to 5 years old. At this age, kids are beginning to develop their fine motor skills. Carving a pumpkin provides them with the perfect opportunity to practice using their hands and fingers, enhancing their coordination and dexterity. As children grow older, around 7 to 9 years old, they become more independent and can handle more complex carving tasks. They start to explore their creativity, making each pumpkin uniquely their own. During the teenage years, around 13 to 15 years old, carving pumpkins becomes a great way to let their artistic skills shine. They can create intricate and detailed designs that showcase their growing talent. And let's not forget about adults. Carving pumpkins can be enjoyed by people of all ages. It's a great way to bring friends and family together, creating lasting memories and having loads of fun. So, whether you're young or young at heart, pumpkin carving is an activity that transcends age. Now that you know the perfect age to carve a pumpkin, why not gather your loved ones and have a pumpkin carving party? Why do pumpkins symbolize Halloween? Well, it's because they are in season during this time of year. Plus, their bright orange color adds to the festive spirit. So, when you see a flickering jack-o'-lantern on a porch, it means that house is ready for trick-or-treaters. So, the next time you carve a pumpkin, remember the ancient tradition and the spooky tale of jack-o'-lanterns. Let your creativity shine and scare away those pesky spirits. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more exciting adventures with Pumpkin Pals. Welcome to our channel. In this video, we will show you how to make perfect homemade biscuits with our step-by-step guide. So let's get started. First, gather all the ingredients you'll need. You'll need 2 cups of all-purpose flour, 1 tablespoon of baking powder, half a teaspoon of salt, and 2/3 cup of cold unsalted butter. Don't forget 1 cup of milk too. Now, preheat your oven to 450 degrees Fahrenheit. In a large mixing bowl, whisk together the flour, baking powder, and salt until well combined. Cut the cold butter into small cubes and add them to the bowl. Using your fingertips or a pastry cutter, blend the butter into the flour mixture until it resembles coarse crumbs. This step is important for creating a flaky texture in your biscuits. Next, pour in the milk and stir everything together until a soft dough forms. Be careful not to overmix, you want the dough to just come together. On a lightly floured surface, turn out the dough and gently knead it a few times to bring it together. Pat the dough into a 1-inch thickness. Using a round biscuit cutter, press straight down into the dough to cut out the biscuits. Avoid twisting the cutter, as this can hinder their rise. Place the biscuits onto a baking sheet lined with parchment paper, leaving some space between each one. Now it's time to bake. Pop the baking sheet into the preheated oven and let the biscuits bake for about 12 to 15 minutes, or until they turn golden brown. Once they're ready, take the biscuits out of the oven and let them cool for a few minutes. And there you have it, delicious, homemade biscuits that are fluffy and buttery. They're perfect for any meal or occasion. Thanks for watching our video. We hope you enjoyed this step-by-step guide to making perfect homemade biscuits. If you found this helpful, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and stay tuned for more tasty recipes. Happy baking!
Nobody ever helps me into carriages, or over mud puddles, or gives me any best place. Ain't I a woman? Look at me. Look at my arm. I've plowed and planted and gathered into barns, and no man could heed me. Ain't I a woman? I could work as much and eat as much as a man when I could get it, and bear the lash as well. Ain't I a woman? I've borne 13 children and seen most of all sold off to slavery. And when I cried out my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me. Ain't I a woman? Sojourner Truth, 1851, Women's Convention in Akron, Ohio. The history of black motherhood in the United States has been marked by separation. From the time of slavery, the American black woman has been viewed through the lens of the labor she can provide others. Her role as wife and mother minimalized by the expectations of her work outside the home. The legacy of these ideas formed during the infancy of this nation is still felt, even today, as Black women experience motherhood differently than their white counterparts, even in the first few hours after giving birth. Subjected to tropes such as the mammy, who in almost comical irony is characterized as the ultimate caretaker for white children, while simultaneously being neglectful to her own. Black women have for centuries seen their motherhood and their mothering called into question. The modern incarnation of the quote-unquote welfare queen characterizes the Black mother as a dishonest materialist who only has children in order to game the system for more money. The lasting impact of such inaccuracies has been devastating. During slavery, Black women were called upon to be wet nurses to the children of their white owners, often separated from their own children, sometimes permanently, just after giving birth. This practice continued even with emancipation, as many families, especially in the South, continued to employ Black women in domestic capacities. In the first decades of the 20th century, as economic opportunity began to expand for Black men, many Black women were for the first time in a position to make the choice to stay home and care for their own children. The dwindling supply of domestic labor didn't sit well with many employers, and laws were passed in many places requiring Black women to work, even if they had other means of support. A 1918 article from Greensboro, South Carolina, is a prime example of one such ordinance. It read in entirety: Negro women to be put to work. Regardless of whether they want to or have to, able-bodied Negro women in Greenville who are not regularly employed are to be put to work, put in jail, or fined heavily. At its special meeting yesterday afternoon, City Council discussed the situation with regard to this class of loafers at some length. And it seemed that all members of the council were agreed that steps should be taken to compel them to engage in some useful occupation. It was decided that an ordinance similar to the one now in force requiring all able-bodied men to work at least 5 days a week should be passed with regard to these women. Such an ordinance will be prepared and voted on at the next regular meeting of the council. A number of complaints have come to members of the council of Negro women who are not at work and who refuse employment when it's offered to them. The result being that it is exceedingly difficult for families who need cooks and laundresses to get them. Wives of colored soldiers getting a monthly allowance from the government have a number of them declined to work on the ground that they can get along without working, according to reports. Others have flatly refused jobs without giving any reason whatever, while still others pretend that they are employed, when, as a matter of fact, they derive a living from illegitimate means. The proposed ordinance will require them all to carry a labor identification card, showing that they are regularly and usefully employed, and the labor inspectors and police will be charged with the duty of rigidly enforcing the law. To make this abundantly clear, in the 20th century, there were Black women whose husbands were gainfully employed, some even by the U.S. military, who were told that by law they could not stay home with their families because someone needed a maid. The same 20th century in which most adults alive today were born. This assault on Black motherhood would continue. The 1940s saw a rise in the more widespread use of baby formula, and companies were quick to market their product to Black families. The combination of negative historical associations with being wet nurses and the reality of many Black women having to return to work very soon after giving birth made Black women prime targets for these advertising campaigns. By the 1950s, organizations such as La Leche League were formed. Their messages and campaigns were largely designed to encourage white women to breastfeed, while once again marginalizing Black motherhood. Images of white women breastfeeding their children began to be normalized, while one would only find an image of a woman of color doing so in the pages of National Geographic or the like. The Special Supplemental Nutrition Program for Women, Infants, and Children, also known as WIC, was launched in 1974. Women participating in these programs were more often than not encouraged to use formula, and to this day, Black women remain overrepresented in its participants. Historical wealth and wage gaps between races and genders leave Black women on average in the lowest income brackets. They are employed at a higher rate than any other group in the service industry, working jobs that often offer no maternity leave and almost certainly no accommodation for nursing mothers. A 2016 study found that Black mothers were 9 times as likely to be given formula than white mothers during their postpartum hospital stays. Other studies highlighted implicit bias on the part of lactation consultants who reported spending less time with Black mothers based on the false belief that they would, quote, not breastfeed anyways. Centuries of structural racism, societal norms, and implicit bias have led to the grim reality that as a group, Black babies have the highest infant mortality rate in the United States, with preterm birth also being a determining factor in the disparity of these rates. The survival of preterm infants is exponentially increased when they are given human milk and also time and contact with their parents. Yet, even today, having the opportunity to offer this care to their own children is still not possible for many Black mothers. It's high time we examine the root causes of such disparities and do the collective work of learning from the mistakes of the past in order to shape a better future for Black mothers and their children. If there was anything I hated, it was investigating the organs of the female pelvis. J. Marion Sims, the father of modern gynecology. The legacy of the good Dr. Sims and the slave women he experimented on has been a topic of widespread discussion in recent years. Yet the true legacy of his work, still in practice, is all too often swept under the rug. Much like his infamous statue, which, to be clear, was not actually destroyed upon removal from Central Park, but quietly moved to the cemetery in Brooklyn, where he is laid to rest. There is a tendency in our discussion of the past to relegate the sins of these historical boogeymen to a bygone era. Both proponents and detractors of men like Sims all too often fail to recognize the lasting impact their work has had. It serves no purpose to tear down statues and demand namesakes be revoked if we fail to address their tangible legacy. Much has been written over the years about Sims's work. Efforts aimed either to praise or to malign often mention his own words as a mere afterthought. Historiography reeks of the disingenuine when it relies on anecdote and conjecture to make a point. The good doctor himself wrote, "I made this proposition to the owners of the Negroes. If you will give me Anarcha and Betsy for experiment, but my operations all failed, so far as a positive cure was concerned. This went on not for 1 year, but for 2 and 3 and even 4 years. I kept all these Negroes." 4 years. 4 years of experimentation, consented to by someone who considered you chattel worth only as much as the price your children would fetch them. Let it be made abundantly clear that we're talking about upwards of 20 different surgeries on these women. Anarcha, Lucy, and Betsy, lest we forget their names. Surgeries done without anesthesia, while on all fours, with curious doctors and students observing and participating. The pain and humiliation these women were subjected to is unconscionable. Sims's actions are all too often excused by saying the man was merely a, quote, product of his time. The problem with this excuse is that it belies the fact that in many ways, times haven't really changed. The 19th century birthed many of our most reputable fields of medicine, along with the journals that chronicled their so-called discoveries. It was a time in which medical training was cursory at best and often perfected in the form of apprenticeships or field experience. These journals influenced the practice and tools of the field much the way they do today. The works of such doctors as Philip Tiedemann and Samuel Cartwright, respected authorities of the era, are riddled with quote-unquote scientific evidence suggesting not only surface but actual physiological and anatomical differences between the races. Assumptions about the so-called Negro subjects of their studies suggest differences in everything from circulatory patterns, respiratory capacity, and even a dulled sensitivity to pain in some cases. We would assume that such absurdities would be relegated to a distant past, their assumptions long since disproven, and we would be wrong. A study published by the National Academy of Science in April of 2016 came to the following conclusion. Many white medical students and residents hold beliefs about biological differences between blacks and whites. These false beliefs are related to racial bias in pain perception. Participants who endorsed more of these beliefs reported that a black patient would feel less pain, and they, as a result, were less accurate in their treatment recommendations. Let's be abundantly clear about what is being said here, because it needs to be restated. In the year 2016, there were medical students and residents who still held long disproven myths about racial differences to be true, and it actually affected the way in which they treated patients. The gravity of the legacy of mistakes made during the infancy of modern medicine cannot continue to be ignored. Removing a statue or renaming a building merely pay lip service to very real and often fatal disparities in this country. It's not enough to wrestle with the demons of yesteryear if we ignore their very real legacy in today's world.
Hi, my name is Nicole, and I'm a new mom. When I was pregnant... Hi, my name is Nicole, and I'm a new mom. When I was pregnant, I learned that more C-sections are being performed in hospitals than ever before, even if the mom and baby are healthy. This worried me, so I decided to educate myself. I learned many things I could do to avoid having a C-section I didn't medically need. I learned how to talk to my doctor about what I wanted for me and my baby, and I brought a friend to my doctor's appointment in case I was too nervous and needed support. I told my doctor I wanted to avoid a C-section unless it was absolutely necessary. When I got to the hospital, I told my nurse too, and she was really helpful during labor. I know there are many things in life I can't control, but I believe it's better to do what I can to make a difference, especially when it comes to my baby. Remember, your voice matters. Educate yourself and start talking to your team today. If I can do it, so can you.
And I'm a labor and delivery nurse. If you want to have a healthy birth, it helps to have a strong birth team. That team includes your doctor and your family, of course. But there are 4 other people you should know about: the labor and delivery nurse, a nurse midwife, a doula, and a childbirth educator. It's not likely you would have all of these people helping you, but you should know who they are. I'm a labor and delivery nurse, a special kind of nurse who works with moms and doctors during childbirth. We're one of the first people you meet once you arrive at the hospital. Labor and delivery nurses monitor and support moms and babies during labor and give moms medicine if needed. After the baby is born, we help moms with breastfeeding and look out for complications. A nurse midwife is a nurse who has advanced training to care for moms during pregnancy, labor, and they can help you deliver your baby if it seems that labor and delivery will go smoothly. Nurse midwives are really good at helping moms avoid C-sections and other medical interventions unless they are absolutely needed. In the hospital, nurse midwives work as a team with doctors. They'll call the doctor if the birth becomes complicated. A doula is different from a doctor, nurse, or midwife. They're like having your own personal coach who stays with you all through your labor and birth. They provide emotional support and help with things like moving, breathing, and relaxing so your labor goes more smoothly. They'll show your partner how to support you in labor and can even help you at home after your baby is born with things like breastfeeding. Some hospitals give you the option of having a doula, but more often, you'll have to hire a doula yourself if you want the extra support. Lastly, it's super important to be as prepared as possible for your birth. If you're expecting a baby, consider taking a childbirth education class. Childbirth educators empower expected parents with knowledge and skills so they feel more confident about the process of having a baby. This is really important. Your birth matters, and your birth team matters. Start building your team today.
a neonatologist in Boston. RSV is a virus that causes a respiratory illness or kind of like a cold. So RSV varies a little bit. If I was to get RSV, I probably wouldn't be able to tell the difference between having a regular cold and having RSV. For a baby who gets RSV, they get what they call bronchiolitis, and usually that presents as a kid having a difficult time breathing. Usually you see their little ribs popping in and out as they're trying to breathe. You see their little noses flaring as they're trying to breathe. Sometimes they turn blue because they're not getting enough oxygen. They tend to have a lot of secretions like coming from their nose and a cough. And so it can be pretty significant, and it can change really quickly. They can go from being a little happy to suddenly being like really having a really hard time struggling to breathe. Some communities are going to be at higher risk because the population is more dense, meaning there's more people living together under certain square footage. There's often more children who often tend to pass respiratory illnesses among themselves. You see these families out of nowhere, they get this like right hook that kind of knocks them out, and these people are just devastated by this happening to them, and they're like, how much can this kid take? How much can our family take? It's incredibly hard. If you're starting to see signs of breathing difficulties, don't wait. This is something that you want to take pretty seriously.
Hi, it's Jen. I just wanted to take a second and update you guys with what I've been working on this weekend. If you've been with Fortunate for a while, you might recall that we put together NICU kits shortly after the boys were home as a way to reach out to other families that were going through a similar journey that we experienced in the NICU. And we just put together a few things just to kind of make the NICU stay a little bit more homey and a more personal. If you don't mind, I'm going to show you a couple of things that we put together in the kit. I'm making one for our triplet family right now. So, my favorite thing in the kit probably is On the Night You Were Born by Nancy Tillman. It's a super book. Beautiful, beautiful illustrations, beautiful words. Just go out and buy it for the next baby shower you have. It's gorgeous. The next thing we have is like a NICU journal, so that you can leave this with the nurse's station, and they can jot down some things that may have happened while you were gone. It's a good way for you to kind of keep things straight as they're giving you a lot of medical terminology you might want to keep track of. We have our schedules for the multiples moms. It has a feeding schedule and how much, when do you change them, all that good stuff that you don't have the brain power for any longer. Some lotion, because you're washing your hands constantly in the NICU, and it leaves your hands nice and dry and chapped. We've got disposable cameras to put in close to each of the kids' isolates, so that the nurses can take pictures while you're away and you don't feel like you're missing out on as much. Got preemie sized blankets. Just again, another handmade touch. It's kind of nice for that. Chapstick, gum, snacks. It's just been fun to put it together, and we really hope that it can be a blessing to somebody else.
Good morning or afternoon, everyone. This is your host, Ashley Randolph, with the Ashley Randolph Show. I am here with another wonderful episode. Today, I have Dr. Natasha. Doesn't that sound so lovely? Dr. Natasha, she's wonderful. I'm so grateful to have her here, not only just for our families, but even for our healthcare professionals. So she's amazing. Dr. Natasha, thank you for being here with us. I would love for you to introduce yourself, a little bit about what you do, and then we're going to get started in this conversation that I've been dying to have with you. You're on mute, Dr. Natasha.
Thank you so much for the invite. I am delighted to be here. I'm always delighted to have conversations with people who are doing dynamic work such as yours, right? So I, as Ashley, I am Dr. Natasha Wright. Dr. Tasha, that's it for short. I am a licensed clinical social worker. I am also a transformational coach. I work primarily with women in both arenas. I also run a group practice focusing on wellness for women. Yeah, right. So my days are spent servicing women and helping women navigate life in all areas of transition and maybe some hardships and struggles, but really being a sacred and safe place for women. I'm a mom of 2 little boys. Well, not little boys. One's 22. So, right. And the other's 14. So I don't think he would think he was little either.
Yeah, they're not little no more. Them your big boys now.
Right, because I'm like, my little boys. Well, I guess they ain't. So that's me. In a nutshell, I reside in Connecticut.
Ooh, nice fun fact.
I'm across the way.
Okay. I put myself on mute when you introduced yourself because you just have so much that's so good about what you do that I didn't want any interruptions in the background. Okay. Everyone, she does a lot of amazing work. I am so grateful to have her here. Even if it was for 5 minutes. I mean, anything that she can give any of us is going to be of value. Dr. Natasha, or Dr. Tasha, I'm sorry.
Whichever one. As long as it's not Dr. Wright, it feels so formal.
That I'm the same way. So I tell all my interns and staff, just please call me Ashley. I can't do President Ashley. I know that's my title, but it's okay. Okay, so I'm a mom with 3 kids. Okay, so like you got 2 grown boys. I call my son, he's about to be 12. He's way bigger than me. So I'm like, okay, you my grown boy now. I got 3 kids. I have 2 nonprofits that I'm running. I have all these different titles as well that I have to juggle every day. I probably work 7 days a week, but I'm working on getting that down to 5 days a week. Hello. It's been 8 years. I think I deserve that. What tips do you have someone like me, even if they don't have a lot of titles like me, but maybe just their day-to-day life of going to work and taking care of the kids is a lot. So what advice do you have for us?
To start off, let me say blanketed, whether it's entrepreneurship, regular 9 to 5, the children. I don't care if you're a housewife, like there's a plethora of things to do.
Yeah,
absolutely. So almost context almost doesn't matter nowadays because there's always something going on. So the universal conversation that I'm having with women is the question that I originally or first start out with is, how are you? Not how's what you're doing, not how's the boys or how's the girls, how's the husband, how's the business, but how are you? And usually I get a pause because not a lot of women are being checked on. They're like, oh, I don't know. And I'm like, okay, so sit with it for a minute. I usually got time. Yeah. Or I get this almost auto response of, fine, I'm good. No, slow down. Let's ask again. And then once I ask, how are you? I pivot to, well, how's your heart? And that is a totally different question. And it forces people, women, to pause for a minute and examine what's going on in life. And I usually get a more authentic response. Because you can't fly, you can't, when I ask how's your heart, it's not good, fine, great, how you? No, those are those automatic responses when we are in the hustle and someone asks you, how you doing? Good, I'm great, you good? All right, and then we're in passing. And so having women slow down. So what I want people to know is, women to know, is that I do believe that you can have it all. I'm a firm believer that you can have career, that you can have children, you can have hobbies, you can have dreams. It's just how we manage the time that we're given. So where I come in at is strategy, because I do believe that you can have it all. We are all given the same 24 hours and 1 day.
Right.
And I'm sure we all have dreams and hopes and desires, but what are we doing with them? Do they get lost in the hustle of life? So one tip is checking on yourself. How are you? That how's your heart question doesn't have to go from one woman to another. We can sit and reflect in our quiet time when we carve out quiet time and ask ourselves,
Okay.
how's your heart? But having that, stealing a moment to say, how am I doing? And then being real reflective of, I'm having a rough week. It's been a rough month. It's been a rough quarter. Everything is extremely busy. I don't know if I'm going to the right or going to the left. That's data that we can use to say, I might need a better plan. I might need some systems put in place.
Okay.
Because there are times when we are doing everything that we should be doing and that we can be doing. We're probably just not doing it in a most strategic way.
Absolutely. I agree with that.
Yeah. So it's like, well, I can't drop anything. And sometimes you're absolutely right. Sometimes it is the job. It is the kids. It is if you have a spouse. All of these, if you're caring for aging parents, if you're caring for small babies, if you're caring for sick children, all of that. And you're like, well, what do I do now? I can't drop any of it.
Right.
And so I don't approach it as you have to drop it, but let's just look at it. And how do we get a better system or strategy to help manage it?
Oh, that's good. That's interesting.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yes.
Strategy is everything, though.
I always say that, I'm like, we need a strategy to do this thing. So if you want it all, you got it all. Because the way that I look at it also is most women, me, and I always come from the context of women because that's who I deal with.
Yeah.
So men, I'm not being exclusive or excluding you all, but I always naturally flows are the women. That we can have it all, and just how do we have it all, right? It's that how to. So, and I believe that women are so gifted that there is usually a call, a urge, a mandate to do multiple things. And then instead of running from it, how do we lean into it with better systems and strategies to get it done, where we're not worn out and weary at the end of the day, at the end of the month, at the end of the quarter. And so that's where I come in as a thinking and thought partner.
Right.
Like, this is what I'm doing, or this is what I want to do. How do I make this happen and still live a healthy, aligned life? And I'm strategic, I'm strategy. So I'm like, okay, let's write it all out. Now let's go to work.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Let's go to work. I have a question for you.
Okay.
So with your expertise and knowledge, I have noticed that a lot of African American moms that I have in my nonprofit, a lot of them seem to veer towards negative, like social media sites or let's say reality TV that promotes negativity. And I always hear, well, I'm able to look at somebody else having a hard time, and for a minute, it takes me away from mine.
Now, is that something that you would recommend, or like me? I'm sorry, I watch Christmas movies all year long because it brings me instant joy. Like it could be
Yes.
May, and if I watch it in 10 minutes, I'm instantly happy. I try not to stay on those negative pages or sites as much. What do you recommend?
I'm with you. So I do not recommend watching these toxic shows, unhealthy. I do understand that some women find comfort in the craziness because one, they're able to detach from what's going on in their life. And then they're able, it's like mindless TV.
Right.
And but it's planting seeds. So as mindless as you want it to be, it's planting seeds, right? So for me, I like to tell the women that I work with, what's your intake? And then they be like, my intake, what do you mean? What are you seeing? What are you listening to? What is your intake of information? What are you watching? What podcasts or songs are you listening to? They have unconscious effects on your behaviors.
I said
so. Yeah, I totally. That's why I'm like, turn the TV off. So I'm not a big promoter of watching television. Now, I do love a good movie. I do love sometimes mindlessly watching TV, but I only allow myself to watch TV on the weekends. I do not watch TV. I watch TV from Friday afternoon, because that's when my workday finishes, to Monday night. Sunday night. Monday through Friday early afternoon, my TV does not come on.
Wow. Okay, so I always have my TV on, but I'm hardly ever watching it though. But it's
background
always
noise.
on. Now my kids, they're in school from 7 in the morning, 7:30 in the morning until 5:30 every day, Monday through Friday. They have a strict schedule to be home, to be in bed at 8 p.m. So when they come home, they do their routine, take a shower, start putting on your night clothes, homework, dinner. Then they get an hour of game time, usually right before bed. So they're not watching TV.
Yeah.
By the time they turn on the TV to put it on cartoons, it's 8 o'clock. They're laying down for bed. By 8:30, they're knocked out sleep. So without them even noticing, they're not even watching TV as much as other kids are. But I do notice that other kids are teaching them things at school. For instance, my son, he's never seen. So I'm one of those real strict parents, and I love it. So I don't care what no one says. The TV guides, and you know how it says the ratings TV 14.
Oh yeah.
Well, if you're not 14, I'm sorry, you're not watching it. So my son comes home and he'll be like, "Oh, mom, Jason movie. I heard about Jason, or I heard, there's a movie called Saw or something." And I'm like, who's letting their kids watch this? You know what I mean?
Yep.
And, I tell them, one day you'll watch it, but you're not that age yet. But I do know that a lot of the outside world has an impact. So that's why I'm so into the parents about what they're watching too. Because sometimes the kids see what you're watching and you may not even be really paying attention, but they're picking up on everything that video is showing or whatever they're listening to. Like you said, even simple podcasts, it's giving them visuals. They're hearing it, and however they want to, think about it, that's how they're going to think about it.
Absolutely. And YouTube is big now amongst my son doesn't
That's what
watch
I was thinking of, was YouTube.
Yeah, my son doesn't watch a lot of TV per se. He watches YouTube. And so just think about watching YouTube on not the children's YouTube, but on regular YouTube, and the commercials that can come through. Right. And so they just plant seeds. And so I like to err on the side of caution. So I direct and I control what's going on in my ears or what I'm watching. So the limiting of TV is huge because it takes up such a gap of time So you're like, I could be getting this done, but I'm gonna sit down and I'm not saying that, you know, these shows don't be good. They probably do. I don't have cable. I ain't had cable in must be probably 12 years. I stream everything. So when I say that I watch TV, I watch Hulu and Netflix on the weekends. And I don't like series. If I have to watch a series, I may have to make sure that I have time to finish it.
Ooh.
Because it'll drag into my week and it bothers me.
Yep.
So
I'm the
if
same
I don't have
way.
time to finish a series, I need a movie that's less than 2 hours. I'm in and out and I'm moving on to the next thing, because a good series will be on my mind all week and I'm distracted. Yeah. So that's I said, what we do and being strategic with the time that we're given. And so I give practical tools on really how to order your day, to order your week, to order your month, and how to really get things done.
Okay, now I like how you say that. So how can someone be a part of what you're doing? So for me, go right to my website. There is a discovery form up there. Yeah, you can go right there. I offer VIP days. So I'm for the busy person. I don't have no long program because I work with busy people. I work with ambitious, busy, motivated, but slightly overwhelmed people. Yeah. And overwhelm is not a negative thing. It could be like I have to do all of this and I just don't know how to do it. And so I'm a VIP strategist. So I'm a strategist. I strategize. I come to my clients or my clients come to me. We meet to make sure that we're just a really good fit. And then we begin to look at life. And so there's a discovery form on my website, drnatashawrightconsulting.com. And it's a quick questionnaire. Pop into my calendar. And then we begin to talk about what it would look like to partner together. Do you want clarity? Do you want a plan? Because I come to find out that people have dreams and goals, but they don't have a plan. They can't execute. So the the goals remain so abstract that nothing's getting done. Yeah. And to me, the dream and the goal, it's just something that's hidden and probably latent in your heart because there's no strategy to go along with it. And because we're busy, ambitious women, got a lot of hats going on here, right? That we don't even have time to think. So I am that thought partner to help you think and strategize. So working with me, I work in 3-month increments. So in those 3 months, at the end of a VIP day, you leave with a tactical strategy to execute for the next 3 months. Ooh, I like that.
This is for the ambitious people that know they have something, they know they're ready, they just can't think.
It's the first step. You hear so much. People don't know just the first step. Just show me the first step and I got it.
I make it clear. They actually leave with a tangible document that's like, listen, this is what you do next. This is how you do. And I'm there and I offer support for 30 days post the VIP day. And by the time you execute this quote, you'll come back to me for another VIP day because we're going to the next thing.
Ooh, y'all take advantage of them VIP days.
Yes. Okay. And the VIP days looks like me. It's either one-on-one, depending on how it's scheduled, or with a small group. No more than 4, because we're executing. Because you get me that day, and I'm thinking and rolling.
Yeah.
And we're executing.
Getting to work.
And that's what I always say. I'm for the hungry. Ooh, I come for the hungry. I like that. Because I'm ready to feed. And if you're not hungry, I'm going to do nothing but give you a stomachache. Ooh. Because I'm going to have an opposite effect. I'm going to aggravate everything in you. So if you're not hungry and ready to go, then I'm not for you.
Nope.
Because I'm just going to aggravate you. Yeah.
Just like VIP. You come prepared or you're not coming in VIP. I'm sorry.
That's it. Right. So that's my life and my strategy and how I get women from point A to point B and ultimately to Z. Step by step.
Step by step. 3-month program. drnatashawrightconsulting.com. Do you have any Instagram or Facebook?
I do. Instagram, it is _Dr.Natasha W. And Facebook is Dr. Natasha Wright Coaching Consultant.
Do you have any books or anything? Or are you thinking of writing?
I do have ebooks that were coming out for the VIP day. So I walk through the workbooks. I'm producing 2 workbooks. Part of this is I have 2 VIP days. One's for business and one's for life. So there's a life edition.
Ooh.
That's the walking through life. What are we doing? How do we get this life together? And then another is a business edition. I kind of want to start a business. I don't know where. Let's get through some of this thought work. How do we clear the path so I can do this business?
One last
there's
question.
2 different.
So you said business days, and you said you have business and you have one for life.
Yes, I do.
Would the business one also work for NICU nurses? Because we have a lot of healthcare professionals in the medical field listening in too as well. So would this work for doctors and NICU nurses and social workers? Because that's your your little background. So
it does, because it's a day to help you get to strategize how to launch, strategize how to even get through the thoughts of what am I going to do? So remember, it's very tactical. And so afterwards, after they're up and running, then they probably go off to a business coach for the intricacies of the business. But I'm that thought partner that's cutting it out, saying, what is the mind doing? How do we get out of our mind? Here's your first step. Here's your second step. Here's your third step.
Yeah. I'm so happy that you created this program. I am so happy that you're African American, first of all, okay? And your voice is powerful. I'm glad of all the work you're doing. I hope everyone takes advantage of these VIP days.
Yes, come on, let's get this together.
Yes. And if you ever have any days you want me to promote on our GLO Preemies website,
wonderful.
Send it to me, the flyer, we'll promote it for you, and we're going to have you back. Sure.
Listen, I'm here. I love talking about strategizing and getting from point A to point B and getting clear.
Yeah, to me, it's money talk to me. If you get your life together, everything else kind of flows.
Right.
So it's like wedding bells. Like, how can you not love to strategize? So, I told you I'm on a tight schedule. So I keep everything around me in a schedule and to the time. Right to the T. So I appreciate you, and I always appreciate your little talks that we have. They're always so meaningful. And I hope you all look at her website. I will post it below. Thank you for being here, and we will see you again, I am sure.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. This has been wonderful.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, everyone. That is concluding today's episode with Dr. Natasha. She is amazing. Please, please, please go follow her, like and share and subscribe to her pages, and go look at her website. And we will have her again shortly, okay? Thank you, Dr. Natasha.
Bye-bye.
Human milk is the natural food for newborns. It provides them with all the necessary nutrients to develop and grow strong. However, not all mothers can produce enough milk for their babies. This is where human milk donation comes in. By donating breast milk, women can help provide premature babies and sick infants with the nutrients they need to thrive. And just like blood and organ donation, there are human milk banks that collect, pasteurize, and distribute the donated milk to babies in need. Donating breast milk is a selfless act that can make a significant impact. And it's not just babies who benefit from it. Breast milk is also used to help people with digestive problems, immune deficiencies, and other medical conditions. So, if you are a new mother with more milk than your baby needs, consider donating it to a human milk bank. Your milk can help save lives and make a difference in the world. Thank you for watching this video. If you want to support the cause, please subscribe to our channel and share this video with your friends and family.
Milk. Welcome everyone to today's webinar entitled Marijuana and Breast Milk. This is hosted by the Maternal Substance Exposure Database, which we call MADEX, through CPQCC. If you have any questions for myself or for our speaker, please send that over in the chat. There's also a Q&A function that we're asking you to use, so that use the chat maybe for technical issues that you're having. As I've mentioned before, if you're just joining us, there is a link on the screen. You can type that in bit.ly/THC in breast milk, and that will take you to a really short survey that we're asking attendees to complete. We'll share the survey results with you later, so we promise it'll be interesting the more people that do it. But if you can go ahead and fill that out, we would greatly appreciate it. Here's a brief overview of what we're hoping to talk about today. So we'll do a welcome, a presentation that'll be about 30-35 minutes. We'll share those survey results and then have time for live Q&A. So as you're listening, if you have a question, please feel free to submit that in the Q&A box. The Maternal Substance Exposure Database, that's the group that's hosting this webinar today, is an optional and free database that's part of the California Perinatal Quality Care Collaborative. You might be familiar with us, CPQCC. A lot of you are from California. So we collect data on all maternal substance exposures. So those include, but aren't just limited to, opioids. And by doing that, we aim to improve healthcare for exposed newborns by focusing on treatment and length of stay in the hospital. And while the database is designed to capture information on infants who have been exposed to opioids, many of our members also use it to collect data on infants who have been exposed to other substances as well. So about 23% of our infant records in MADEX report maternal exposure to marijuana. We would assume that the rate for this data is much higher, since a lot of our MADEX centers do primarily use the database for opioid exposed infants. So this is an example of the MADEX report site, where if you join MADEX, which again is free and optional, you can compare your hospital to other MADEX participating hospitals. So we have 32 right now across California and over 500 infant records that have been entered to date. This data is used to drive improvements in the care provided to exposed infants. This is done through a range of reports designed to help you identify areas of high and low performance, monitor the effects of improvement interventions, and conduct research that advances the quality of care. MADEX is available and free to all CPQCC centers, but you do have to request access. So if you'd like more information on MADEX, send us a message in the Q&A or in the chat with your email. You can also submit your email in the evaluation survey for today's webinar. So again, this is, I'll say this one more time. So please take a minute to answer the following survey. You can type this in, THC and breast milk. The slides will be available afterwards as a PDF for download, and I'll send around that link. We are really excited today to welcome Dr. Christine Bixby as our speaker today. She is board certified in pediatrics and neonatal perinatal medicine. She completed both her pediatric residency and neonatal perinatal medicine fellowship at Harbor UCLA Medical Center. She attended medical school at the University of California, Davis, and she is a practicing neonatologist at CHOC Children's Hospital. She is an international board certified lactation consultant in IBCLC and the lactation medical director at CHOC Children's Hospital, where she focuses on breast milk handling and breastfeeding support in the NICU. She is a strong advocate for breastfeeding in Orange County through the Orange County Perinatal Committee and the Orange County Breastfeeding Coalition. She has published and speaks frequently on best practices in breast milk handling and optimizing breast milk production and breastfeeding in the NICU. Welcome, and I will turn it over to you, Dr. Bixby.
Hello. Thank you very much for inviting me to speak. It is my privilege to get to talk to you about cannabis and breast milk. Let's hash it out. And I will do my best to minimize the number of dad jokes, but I had to put that one in there. It is quite the appropriate day. As you note on the bottom right corner, Cannabis 420. It is the most sacred and celebrated day for marijuana. And so it is very appropriate that we are talking about it today. Next. So my disclosures are limited. I am faculty for the Small Baby Care Specialist Program from Engage, Grow, Thrive, where I shockingly talk about optimizing milk supply in the NICU, the benefits of human milk in the NICU, and how to handle human milk in the hospital setting. I'm also a consultant for Willow breast pumps as well. Next slide, please. So here's our big question, and it's the question I get asked as an MD IBCLC all the time is it okay for a woman who tested positive for THC to breastfeed or express milk for her baby in the NICU? And I think the easiest way to answer it is it's complicated, and I'm going to walk you through it. This question kept coming up a lot. In 2018, I decided to deep dive into the data to be able to come up with a comprehensive understanding of what is known and what isn't, and also to be able to give my colleagues and our group, of which is a number of NICUs, some education and knowledge and maybe a consistent message around the concept of THC and breast milk. So to answer the question, you get two more questions. So next slide, please. One, and this is for any substance that crosses or that you're seeing a breastfeeding mother use, is does it cross from the mom into the breast milk? And if it does cross, is there harm to the infant? So we're going to go after the next question, the first question, which is, what is cannabis? And cannabis is a plant, as you see it on the right up corner. It's cannabis sativa. It has over 150 known compounds. It has increasing potency over the decades and by location. Of note, between 1995 and 2014, the potency or percentage of THC has increased from 4 to about 12%. There are some products that are made in Washington State with flower products greater than 20% of it being THC, and with their extracts having greater than 60% of THC. And we'll get into what THC is in a little bit. There are various forms of consumption: the good old-fashioned cigarette or joint, using a water pipe or a bong, my aunt and uncle's marijuana brownies, the more common and newer versions of vaping, and then this new thing to me called dabbing, which is where they pour butane over the plant and you get a sticky precipitate out that you can then smoke that allows you to have a much higher concentrate of THC with a very rapid onset. Important to note that with consumption, if you're smoking, you're going to have rapid onset as it goes through the lungs into the plasma, versus consumption of brownies or gummy bears, that's going to take over 30% or 30 minutes, and your oral bioavailability is fairly low. Other thing to note about cannabis, there are other additional unknowns as the growing of the product is not technically regulated. So there is potential for lead, mold, pesticides, rodenticides, herbicides, and fertilizers in the product, and we don't know what they are. Next slide. So two components of cannabis that everybody is very known in common colloquialism is CBD or cannabidiol, which is a phytocannabinoid that's extracted from the cannabis plant and then diluted with the carrier oil, usually a coconut oil. Not a lot is known about CBD. It's felt to be less psychoactive. And I'm not going to talk a lot about CBD at this point in time because of the lack of significant data. The big thing that we're going to talk about is THC, or delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol, and I'm not going to say that word again. We're going to call it THC going forward. And it is the most psychoactive component in marijuana. It has a very large volume of distribution, and it enters the plasma compartment almost instantly from the lungs and then redistributes to highly vascularized tissues such as the brain and the liver. It's highly lipophilic, so it likes to store in fat and can be there for weeks to months. And important to note, the half-life of THC is fairly long. In infrequent users, it's 20 to 36 hours. And in chronic users, it can be about 4 days. We'll talk about further data that's come out just in the last few months about even a longer half-life. Of note, it is present in an exhaled breath for 2 to 4 hours after one cigarette. And I think this is an important thing for those of us in the newborn intensive care unit where we're putting babies skin to skin appropriately for moms to smell the environment around their babies so they can have that IgA exchange into their breast milk. But it's important to encourage moms, if they are going to be using cannabis, to do that after they've done their skin to skin and to maximize the time from smoking to when they actually do skin to skin with their infant in the NICU. Next slide, please. So where does THC function? And THC functions in a lot of places. And I think the big area that everybody likes to talk about and where we have some information and some data in both human and animal is the endocannabinoid system. And I will admit that when I heard endocannabinoid system, I think I've heard of that, but it was not a strong system that I remembered from medical school, but it kind of works everywhere. So THC functions with the endocannabinoid system as an agonist to the cannabinoid receptors, where it impacts neuronal cell migration, proliferation, and differentiation, which impacts attention, cognition, memory, emotion, movement, and the peripheral immune system. So in particular, it's hitting in these executive function areas. And we'll see that as we go through some of the data that I'm going to highlight. THC also functions within the dopamine, opioid, GABA, glutamate, and serotonin associated symptoms, so kind of everywhere. But these are areas where you're looking at reward centers and emotional regulation as well. And then it's also seen to promote corticotropin secretion and preventing the secretion of gonadotropins, TSH, prolactin, one of our big breastfeeding hormones, and growth hormone, where there is some data on fetal exposure with concern for growth restriction, which I do not have time to go through at this time. Next slide, please. This is just a quick review of the uses for cannabis. I'm not going to read through it for you. Of note, recreationally has become a very important and significant area of cannabis use in the current times. Next, please. So let's talk about THC in breast milk. And so we're going to now get into the weeds of, does it transfer or not? So what factors increase the likelihood of passage into breast milk? And it's important to note that certain things pass very easily and others do not. You have a low molecular weight, so less than 300 Dalton, and marijuana in particular is a 314 Dalton chemical, so it would pass in that regard. Low protein binding facilitates transfer, although THC is more commonly protein bound. Weakly basic, being lipid soluble, which we know THC is very fat soluble, that's that lipophilic. High oral bioavailability. THC is about 4 to 12%, so that's not on the high side, but there is some oral absorption. And that's where we get into that question of, if it gets into the milk, is it enough that it is actually causing getting to the baby? And we'll talk about that in further slides. And do we get a high maternal blood level? I would argue that in some of these situations where mom is smoking something with a 60% THC, we could see very significant maternal blood levels, or if she's a chronic user and has significant stores, and we'll go over some of that data. And then is there a long half-life? And like we talked about, 36 hours, 4 days, that's a pretty long half-life. So there is good argument that THC could pass into breast milk. So this is a review from Moore in 2017, looking at data, looking at THC transferring into breast milk. And then does that breast milk, once it gets into the milk, actually result in positive findings of THC in the infant? And this is a 3-page slide. I'm not going to show you it all for the sake of time. The other 2 slides are mostly animal data. So if you want to explore that, you can look, pull up this paper. It's quite easy to find. The red boxes are pointing out some of the interesting things. And when we talk about it over the past many years, the argument was that it's an 8-to-1 and that you get an 8 times dose of THC in the infant relative to the maternal plasma level or the milk level. So this first paper, the Perez, Reyes, and Wall paper, which is from very recently, called 1982. I was 10 years old almost. So it's been a while, it's old data and it's small data. It's 2 women one woman who used every day for 7 months and breastfed, and they did demonstrate that there was marijuana in the breast milk. The other one is the reason why we had this 8-fold increase in THC that got everybody very concerned. And this was a mother who smoked marijuana 7 times a day for 8 months. And in this sample, we did see that there was 8 times more THC in the breast milk than the blood plasma of the mother. And that we were actually concentrating THC in the milk, and it made for significant concern. And that, are we giving a really high dose of THC to babies? And then they did evaluate the baby's stool and found that there were metabolites that showed that the baby actually was receiving the THC and metabolizing it and excreting metabolites. No, it wasn't just metabolite because it was in the breast milk itself. So that paper told us that THC can cross, and it's potentially crossing in a very high concentration, and it's sequestering in the milk, which made things very concerning. The Ahmad and Ahmad paper from 1990 was an interesting study of buffaloes that apparently ate marijuana about 5 to 10% of their diet, and then looking at if the children who drank that buffalo milk, did they have THC in their in their urine samples, and 29% of those children do. So the argument there was that yes, you did even have it from animal milk exposure. You can see THC. Next slide, please. So the good news is we have more recent data that conveniently came out. The first time I did this deep dive was in 2018, and very kindly, the 2 studies, the Hale and the Mommy's Milk studies, came out right when I was looking at the data. And they were, we've known about the Colorado study for a while. And Thomas Hale, who is a pharmacist and is kind of the resource for what is safe in breastfeeding when it comes to medications and substance exposure, he had started enrollment on a study in Colorado after marijuana was legalized. And we were all so excited about this study and hoping it was going to give us so much information. And it was kind of a letdown in some regards because they were only able to enroll 8 mothers, even though it was an anonymous study, and only 5 of those mothers actually completed the questionnaire. But this study was, the women abstained from using marijuana, then went to a very specific dispensary and picked up a very specific marijuana that they knew the dose of THC, and had them pump, smoke, and then pump over interval periods of time to see if there was THC in the breast milk. There is no serum data for this study. And the RID, which is the relative infant dose, which is the daily infant dose in milligrams per kilogram of infant weight over maternal dose, which is milligrams per kilogram of maternal weight times 100. In general, the relative infant dose, or RID, if it's less than 10%, when you're looking at medications, it's felt to be safe. I will note that even though he did see this 2.5%, it was based on 150 cc's or milligrams per kilo or milliliters per kilogram per day of intake. And he has not updated his recommendation on his resource to put in a defined RID. I think he is appropriately recognizing the numbers are too low to make a definitive statement. He did note that the THC dose peaked at an hour and then slowly decreased until the end of collection. So the takeaway from the Hale study is that THC does get into breast milk. As we move on to the Mommy's Milk study, which was done through the group at UC San Diego, they looked at 50 women with 54 samples, and they had mothers recall their exposures for the 14 days prior to milk collection. So this is just recollection. And then they tested the milk samples. And the big finding from this paper was that THC was detectable up to 6 days after the last reported use. And then as I'm re-upping this study, it's very kind again, new papers have come out, and the Moss study out of Oregon just came out this year. And that looked at 20 different women who provided samples at the 2-week and 2-month pediatric tests or visits and were known to be using marijuana. They were found to be increasing their use between the 2-week and 2-month pediatric visit. And all but one had at least one cannabinoid in their milk. And there was the presence of CBD, even though there was no report of use of CBD. So I think we're getting a compelling statement that an idea that even though the numbers are small, we're getting a consistent data now that says, yes, it's not just these 2 women, but we've got a lot more that's saying, yes, THC does transfer into the milk. Next slide, please. This slide, I think this is an interesting concept because this is the one where what happens if we abstain? So this is a study looking at, and just published, but this is the Weimar paper, and it was just published March of this year. And it looks at women who were frequent users, greater than 2 times per week prior to delivery, who then abstained from using cannabis postpartum. And then they donated their milk and blood 2 to 5 times per week for 6 to 7 weeks. I feel like this is a really labor-intensive study. But what they found was that the maximum milk THC levels were 2.8 to 26, and the elimination half-life from milk averaged 17 days. And I think the important thing when you look at the graphic on the right is that the bottom axis is time in days from delivery and abstention. And what you're seeing is you still have a milk level of THC at 40 plus days. And this is something that I don't think any of us expected. It's something that we were concerned maybe there. Now, these are fairly heavy users, but it is something that we need to take into account as we evaluate our concerns in regards to THC in the breast milk. So next slide, please. I think we've answered the question, does THC cross from the mother into the breast milk? Absolutely. Now it's time to go, okay, if it crosses, does it get to the baby? We think it does. There is some amount of oral bioavailability, but does it cause harm to the baby? Next slide. And I think inherent to the fact that cannabis has been illegal and folks haven't really wanted to be like, yeah, I'm breastfeeding and smoking, because there is that inherent risk, legal risk, plus people's particular bias or response, there's not a lot of data, and there's not a lot of let me jump into a study and be a part of it, which is what we saw in the Hale study, in all of those studies just looking at milk transfers. You're not able to recruit huge numbers. So we kind of have to look in other places. And so I'm going to start with looking at what is known about cannabis exposure in the teen brain, and then look at some of the data in pregnancy and utero, which often spills over into postpartum exposure and breastfeeding, and then get into what we do know about breastfeeding cannabis, what little outcome data there is, what the current recommendations are, and then we'll get into the NICU patient and look at our approach at CHOP Children's. So before I get into the weeds of outcome, it is important to note that there is no reliable biologic sampling method to quantify the amount of marijuana use. I can't get a level like you can with alcohol and say, oh, this person's drank a lot, or this person has drank a little. We really have to go based on self-report. And self-report is inherently biased. Some want to report more use than they actually are to have that perception of them. Others don't want to report their use at all. The other issue with data in regards to THC and marijuana use is there are often confounders. There's often polysubstance abuse with tobacco, alcohol, and other illicit drugs. So the likelihood of a pure study with no exposure to other agents, I think, is exceptionally low. Next slide. So what do we know about the teen brain, and why do I want to talk about the teen brain? And the rationale for the teen brain is really that there's still changes going on and maturation of axonal tracts and networks in the teen brain. So we have a developing brain. And so does THC affect that brain? And in telling folks I was doing this talk, I said, oh, I was going to talk about teens. And in my mind, when I think about teen and marijuana use, I think of Spicoli from Fast Times at Ridgemont High, which then they all look at me like I don't know what I'm talking about, because apparently I've become old. So let me walk you through some of the things that we found that kind of go inconsistent with that meme type of that person in that movie. And that is that we do see short-term declines in attention, executive function, and memory. With regular use, they noted an 8-point decline in IQ when you evaluated a teen marijuana user at the age of 38, and that would persist even if they stopped using. Chronic use in the teen years, you can see reduced brain volume in memory centers like the hippocampus and amygdala. And that is also seen in the chronic adult brain, where you see decreased volumes in the amygdala, hippocampus, and parahippocampus. Chronic users also, when you do functional MRI, show impaired axonal connectivity in the white matter, and that is worsened if they have earlier age of onset of use. So we do see attention, executive function, and memory affected by their exposure to marijuana, as well as changes within the brain itself. Next slide, please. So what is known in pregnancy in utero? And I'm going to start with the animal data, and then we'll move into the human data. And this is a summary by Navarrete looking at preclinical findings for perinatal cannabis exposure. So this is both pregnancy and breastfeeding, which is generally what we're going to find. If you're using marijuana during pregnancy, I was impressed to see this new paper from Wymore, because it's often hard to find someone who thought that it was okay to use marijuana during pregnancy and that they did not want to continue post-delivery. So they go through in this graphic, kind of summarizes things that, since we don't have time to get really heavily into the weeds, there are specific neurobiological alterations that I'm not going to read all of those out, but they result in behavioral alterations that you can see on this of the right-hand side, which is motor impairment, cognitive deficits, decreased social interaction, increased vulnerability to reinforcing and motivational effects of drugs of abuse. And that's what you're looking at with your dopamine receptors and your similar receptors that we talked about where THC functions. And so this is kind of, we're going to start seeing this theme. We see cognitive deficits in the teen, and now we're seeing it in the rat that's exposed. And now we'll go ahead and move on to the pregnancy as well. And so what do we know about pregnancy and marijuana use? 36% use at some point in pregnancy. Use declines over gestation. And if they're using at term, then they are likely a chronic or dependent user. 48 to 60% will continue using through pregnancy as they feel that tobacco is a safer alternative, or that is safer than tobacco. Of past users at between 2007 and 2012, 16% of pregnant responders were using daily, and 18% met the criteria for abuse or dependence. Next slide. So I'm going to talk to you about the big three prospective trials: the Ottawa Prenatal Prospective Study, or the OPPS, the Maternal Health Practices and Child Development Project, or MHPCD, and the Generation R study. And when we look at this next slide, it's a lovely table that kind of summarizes, and I don't have the time to go through all the data, but I'm going to hit the high points real quick. The OPPS is a study that was done in Ottawa, started enrollment in 1978 in a primarily middle-class Caucasian population. MHPCD began enrollment in 1982 in a largely African-American population in a low socioeconomic status in Pittsburgh. And then Generation R is our new study in 2001, which is from Holland, which is a multi-ethnic cohort, but they do have a slightly higher socioeconomic status. I think just based on the years of enrollment, we can state that the amount of THC in product that they were exposed to is going to be a lot higher in the 2001 versus the Ottawa and Pittsburgh studies. As we go down the graphic, the polysubstance abuse is notable to be across the board present. So we're going to have confounded data no matter what. And then we will look and see retention is actually, I think, impressive, 63% all the way to 22 years. And then even looking at 80% to 22 years on the Pittsburgh study. The Generation R study is still following up, and they have the 6-year data that they've published, and that has exceeded 80% for retention rate. As we move into the outcomes on the next slide, we'll see that one, there's some trend unclear about preterm delivery and birth weight. And that, I think, is still teasing itself out in the literature. And we really need to jump down into the preschool, school age to start looking and seeing what they saw as a trend. And it's important to note that they're seeing similar things, especially between the two studies in the 70s and 80s. In the preschool population, we're seeing verbal and memory performance is affected. And then when we move into school age, we're seeing attention, impulse control, hyperactivity, visual reasoning issues, executive function problems, language comprehension, reading, spelling, and academic achievement. So we're seeing issues that are going to show up more about 8 to 10 years of age. And it's that reading, writing, academic performance, which is a significant issue. Now, could that be confounded by the polysubstance abuse? Absolutely. When we move into the teen and young adult period, we see persistence of some of this higher level executive functioning, visual cognitive functioning, academic achievement, particularly in reading. And then as we move to the very bottom, we're going to see issues with smoking, early substance abuse, chemical dependence. When we look at Generation R, we're still really early into the data, and they do note that between 6 to 8 years, they saw altered brain morphology in the frontal cortex. And I think we're still, this one, the jury's out yet. We've got to give them the time to follow over time in order to give us the actual good data that I'm hoping they will give us from this study. Next slide, please. So now I'm going to actually look at breastfeeding and cannabis, because I've looked at the teen, we've talked about the pregnant, and then subsequent potential breastfeeding exposure there. But what do we know specifically about cannabis and breastfeeding? So as we saw in the Wymore paper, maternal use does increase in the first 6 months postpartum. What also is important to note that THC and cannabis absolutely has a potential for affecting lactation, as we see a decrease in prolactin levels and a decrease in the oxytocin levels. These are the two big hormones of breastfeeding. Prolactin is your make and milk hormone, and oxytocin is your letdown hormone. And if we're seeing those, there would be concern if those are lower that it would impact your breast milk production and your ability to maintain a milk supply. So what we do know is that women who smoke cannabis, it does not affect whether they will initiate breastfeeding. They have the same initiation rates as the general population. But when studied at a greater than or equal to 9-week postpartum, you see a statistical decrease in breastfeeding if mom is using marijuana. And it's unclear if that is due to the decrease in the hormones, which one could argue it could be, or if it's due to other things such as social stigma, etc. Next slide. When we get into the weeds of the logistics of breastfeeding and THC, it is important to note, especially if mom is smoking her marijuana, that there is an independent twofold increased risk for sudden infant death syndrome. And I think that's an important point. It's not part of smoking cigarettes. So cigarettes we know has an increased SID rate. This is on top of that. And so it is very important, I think, to educate mothers that they should smoke outside if they are going to do it, to minimize that risk. When we look at the data on breastfeeding and THC, there are no isolated studies without in utero exposure. So the data is never going to really be pure. We're going to have to deal with the fact that it's likely we're going to have a prenatal, postnatal exposure between the prenatal exposure in utero and the breastfeeding exposure. And the evidence that we have, which is very small currently, on the effects of THC on infant development is sparse and conflicting. And I'm going to run you through that now. Two papers that are referenced, if you look at any review, LactMed, et cetera, you're going to see these papers referenced. But again, this is data that's not too recent. The tennis paper was from 1985. It looked at women who were using marijuana while breastfeeding and compared them to controls. There was no comment on whether marijuana use was occurring during pregnancy or not. They assessed the babies at 1 year with the Bailey scales of infant development. And for those who don't recognize the term Bailey scales of infant development, that is a assessment of an infant done about 6 months on onward until about 2 to 3. We use it in the high-risk infant follow-up clinic to assess fine motor and gross motor development, as well as psychosocial development as well. So it's one of the tools that we use consistently to evaluate infant development. In the tennis paper, they saw no difference in motor and mental development. When we moved down to the Astley and Little paper 5 years later, they had a little bit larger cohort of 68 babies in each group. Both groups, mothers used marijuana during pregnancy. The exposed group continued to use marijuana after in the first and the third month of postpartum while breastfeeding. They assessed at 1 year of age using the Bailey scales of infant development. They noted that at higher exposure, you saw a lower psychosocial developmental index, and as well as you saw a decreased motor developmental interest on the Bailey as well. So there's no difference, there's difference. And it's small data, so it's hard to really hang your hat on it. And it really hasn't been able to be reproduced, partly because I think it's very hard to recruit into this patient population. Next slide, please. So I don't have the time to run through all the animal data, but I'm going to give you the statements from 2 organizations about long-term concerns about effects on the infant. The Academy of Breastfeeding Medicine, which is an organization of physicians who support and advocate breastfeeding, in their review, noted that the number of studies that have found concerning evidence, both human and animal, outnumber the studies that have concluded no effect. A conservative approach is suggested until evidence can strongly support otherwise. The AAP, or American Academy of Pediatrics, in their clinical report, noted that their current understanding of the ECS, or endocannabinoid system, and its role in the development of neural circuitry in early fetal life also provides theoretical justification for the potential of marijuana substances, particularly THC, to affect neurodevelopment. So there's concern. Next slide, please. So what are the current recommendations? And I'll start with Hale. He's the guy out of Texas with the Infant Risk Center, or Mommy's Meds, or Milk and Medications. And he has the rating scale of L1 through L5. I'm imagining that many of you recognize that scale. And L1 means that there is no risk, or there's perceived to be no risk, and there is some data potentially that is supporting its use. L5 would argue that there's significant risk and you should not use that substance while breastfeeding. L4 is often considered one that you shouldn't use while breastfeeding as well. So he's saying limited data, possibly hazardous. I've underlined this statement he added recently in the last few years. And it says, well, this data poses numerous limitations and does not directly examine the benefits of breast milk versus risk of exposure to marijuana and milk. Cannabis use in breastfeeding mothers should be discouraged at this time. And I think his point is valid in that there's a benefit to breast milk. We know that long paper from 2012 from the AAP with the graph that shows all the different percentages of improvement in milk in outcome when you're exposed to maternal milk. But then there's a risk to marijuana that we don't know. And we don't, I worry that it's going to be hard to find this pure data where we're really able to analyze the benefits of breast milk and the risk of exposure to marijuana. Next slide. So the recommendations are to avoid further use from the ABM, AAP encourages to abstain, the CDC encourages to abstain, and the ACOG, marijuana use is discouraged. So where do we go from here? In summary, we know THC crosses into breast milk. There's concern for marijuana exposure in all ages, particularly in the developing brain, but the data are imperfect. Realistically, excellent data sets are not likely coming, at least in the near future. And we're looking at if we think impact is of an executive function, we have to wait until these babies reach an age where they're actually utilizing executive function, which is going to be closer to 8 to 10 years, and then seeing what that looks like in fallout. And then one must recruit. So it's kind of similar to the Generation R. They recruited in 2001. We still don't have great data on how if there is impact on executive function. And our recommendations aren't particularly helpful from the organizations. Discourage, abstain. It's not a definitive moment where it tells us what to do, particularly in regards to the preterm population. Next slide, please. So again, we're back to the question, is it okay for a mom who tested positive for THC to breastfeed or express milk for her baby in the NICU? And I think the answer is it's complicated, but how do we approach it? Next slide. So there's none of the data and none of the recommendations really discuss the preterm or the NICU patient population. And I think it's important to note that most of our infants who are admitted to the newborn intensive care unit have an inherent risk of neurodevelopmental delay due to their underlying diagnosis and subsequent need for neonatal care. The AAP, of course, supports human milk in the preterm and NICU population, but has not given us any guidance on how to address marijuana-using mothers in the NICU. Next slide. So how do we develop a recommendation in the NICU? And I do think it is each unit, because the data isn't definitive, there's a lot of concern, but it's important that we look at what the patient is bringing to us and what we have as options as we evaluate our potential recommendation in our unit. So first, how frequently is mom using? When was her last use? Is there polysubstance abuse? Is there maternal willingness to discontinue use? Is there an ability to develop a trusting and therapeutic relationship? Is there availability and reliability of donor human milk? And what's your NEC risk in your unit, particularly when dealing with your higher NEC risk populations? Next slide, please. So there's 3 possible approaches, and I think that you could argue, based on what your availability of and ability to answer the questions previously, how to approach it. So number 1, you could just say, you know what, we're going to use breast milk for all marijuana users and go with the belief that breast milk is really going to mitigate any potential risk that we don't know is coming from use of marijuana and getting into the breast milk. We could also, the second approach would be to pump to establish supply while mom abstains and utilize donor milk until some time that the THC level in milk may theoretically be low to 0. And then finally, you could say, you know what, mom's used marijuana, we're not going to use her milk at all, and we'll just use donor milk because we have such easy access, and we really feel that the risk of marijuana is significant, and we don't think it supersedes the benefit of what is concerned, what we gain from being exposed to mother's own milk. Next slide, please. So I'm not giving you an answer, unfortunately. I'm going to give you our answer at the Children's Hospital of Orange County, which is our chalk stoplight approach. And I'll walk you through that. Next slide, please. So where are we and what are we? Chalk is a 334-bed tertiary freestanding children's hospital with a 104-bed level 4 NICU in Orange, California. We have a robust and liberal donor milk policy. We will give donor milk to anybody in our NICU. A part of that is because we are very successful in establishing milk supplies in our mothers, and so it is a small portion of our population that doesn't have mother's milk in large volume, and so it's often a bridge, but it's available to all comers. And then we also have a strong lactation team where we are able to support moms and engage with them in establishing milk using a pump. Next slide. So our approach is multidisciplinary. The nurse, the doctor, the LC, the dietitian, and the social worker are all engaged and involved in this process. We identify a THC positive mother, and she is evaluated by the lactation consultant. This interaction is respectful and without judgment. Mom is educated on concerns surrounding marijuana exposure and possible risk to the infant, particularly in the NICU patient. And then we identify mom's lactation goal. Does she want to breastfeed? And then we ask, when was her last use? Was it less than or greater than 2 to 3 weeks prior to delivery? And does she plan to continue or stop her marijuana use? Next slide. So our approach, the easy ones, if mom plans to continue to use, we prefer to use donor milk, as the unknowns we feel is too risky to use in our NICU population. And we will use donor milk throughout the NICU stay and transition to formula prior to discharge. If mom's use is greater than 2 to 3 weeks prior to delivery and she plans to continue to abstain, we will use her milk immediately. If mom's in that middle zone of having used within 2 to 3 weeks, but she does take the education and she does plan to stop using, we choose to go with using donor milk for the first 2 to 3 weeks, have mom pump and fertilize. I don't think one should ever dump human milk, so I do have them fertilize a plant. No maternal milk will be collected in our centralized nutrition lab where we do milk handling. Our diet order will be only for donor milk, with the date to reassess in that diet order, so we can see if we can start using at that time. Mom is educated by the lactation consultant on how to establish a milk supply using pumping, hands-on pumping, frequent skin to skin, and regular pumping. At 2 to 3 weeks, the lactation consultant will check in with mom and we'll see if she's continued to abstain. Her transition, if she says she has, we will transition to use her milk. We get to change the diet order and the nutrition lab begins to accept milk. If her, that's it, sorry, excuse me, next slide. So that's our approach. It's an approach. Is it perfect? No. We've had challenges in that we've had issues with team member buy-in. Part of it was education. This slide deck was initially built to roll out and educate my colleagues on why we had significant concern. Defining roles was another challenge, as we had to make it so that people could, who was responsible for picking the date? How did we communicate that date? And then when did we go forward with changing the plan, and how do we communicate that plan? And then what are the exceptions? And the exception's always there, and it's a challenge and a success. And the mom who's got a trisomy 18 who wants to do palliative care, we're going to let her use her milk in our unit, and we don't want to confuse the message, so we message around that exception correctly. Our successes are we've been able to generate and develop a consistent message, and then when we get to change the diet order to use breast milk, and then again, that exception where we're able to message appropriately that we're making an exception because it's the right thing for this family. Next slide. This is a visual of our algorithm. The middle is the cannabis. Below the dotted line specifically defines whose role the doctor, the LC, or the nutrition lab, and what they do in each setting. I'm not going to go through it for the sake of time since I'm already gone over. And next slide. I think we are done. I think we just have references and cute pictures of my breastfed babies, because we always have to end with breastfed babies. So I thank you for your attention, and I look forward to our discussion.
Thank you so much. So I'm going to actually start with Q&A and give people, we've had almost 150 responses on the survey, which is great. So I'll give you just another, like a minute to do that. If you haven't, the link is there on the screen. But to kick off our Q&A, and there are a lot of them, so I'm just sort of choosing ones that we haven't really addressed yet in the conversation. What are the legal ramifications around this topic? So some things that were brought up. If you withhold the mother's breast milk, is that a problem? What if there are adverse effects for the infant from using breast milk that has THC in it? What about CPS involvement? Yeah, could you speak to that a bit?
Yeah. I've had this come up from colleagues saying, well, you know, the recommendation, do we have legal exposure because we refuse to use the mother's milk? And I've actually even run it by our risk folks to just make sure that we don't have legal exposure, because it seems to make sense that if we're going with the conservative baby's best interest, and because the recommendations are abstain, discourage, basically do not use, we are okay with following those guidelines, and it is there is no risk from a legal standpoint from their perspective to use donor milk and not use the mother's milk, which makes sense if you think about alcohol. You're not supposed to, you know, really shouldn't, but you're discouraged to not use a ton of alcohol during breastfeeding. If I have a mom who's a severe alcoholic, I'm not going to use her milk as well. And when we look at things like allowing moms to use, I think the important thing is that if your unit needs to proceed in that fashion because you have you don't have availability of donor milk and you have a 24-weeker and a high neck rate, you're probably going to choose to use that milk. You're going to educate the mom extensively saying we need to use your milk to decrease the risk of death or severe complication from necrotizing enterocolitis, but we really think you need to stop, and here's the reason why. So I think as long as you disclose and educate, I don't think there would be liability from allowing use if your unit is in the situation where it makes more sense to do that. Referring to CPS, I think, tends to be more social work and unit practice. I think that there's often, if there's use, that referral will happen, often more just to check into to whether there's a file on the family and to make sure that it has been communicated if there's concern. It's often more than just the THC use alone that gets a call to CPS.
Thanks. A couple questions about CBD oil. You mentioned that at the beginning. Do we know anything about CBD in breast milk?
Not really. And I think part of it is we're still getting just the minimal teeny amount of THC data. So my hope is that we will see that coming as CBD has become a very popular product that people are using for almost anything at this point in time. I think it is important to note in my review of all the literature, and I will say this talk was very narrowed down. I could have gone on for 4 hours. So there are things that I didn't go into, but in looking at CBD, oftentimes when you look at the product of CBD, it's still, even though they're trying to purify it out, there still is THC in that product. It may be a small amount, it may be more depending on how pure, how good their process is, but inherently there is THC with the potential to test positive as well.
A couple questions about the mom, and if she stated that she is abstaining or planning to abstain, do you take her at her word, or do you do some sort of toxicology test?
Thank you. I was running out of time, so I kind of glossed through that. I do not. In our group, we do not, because we believe in developing, the multidisciplinary team believes in developing at that therapeutic relationship. And so we work actively with moms and say, you know, we develop that relationship. The LC is working with that mom to establish and maintain the milk supply until we're ready to use. And it's an eye-to-eye conversation of, okay, have you stopped? Remember, we talked about the risks. Are we good to go? I do find that oftentimes moms that are not able to abstain, the nurses already have their antenna up. And if you respectfully question them on it, they'll own up to it and say, you know what, I couldn't abstain. And oftentimes they, based on their aversion to risk, will stop pumping because they can't stop using or utilizing the marijuana.
I think this is part of it, goes along with it. Do you have parents sign an informed consent to use their breast milk if the mother is using marijuana?
Since we don't use mom's breast milk when we believe there's a significant amount of marijuana, we do not. I'm not a fan of signing consents, the whole consent for formula and the term population as well. I feel like it's more respectful that we have an educated conversation and have that trusting therapeutic relationship. When you pull out a form that says you sign this saying that I told you you're going to hurt your baby using your milk, I think it undermines the whole process of being in the newborn intensive care unit and supporting both the baby and the family. And oftentimes when you advocate and say, this is what's best for the baby, most people will say, you know, unless they're chemically dependent, they're going to go, okay, wait, I don't want to take cough medicine. I don't drink coffee when I'm pregnant and breastfeeding. And so I think it can often, if you explain that there's concern and data, the problem that we suffer with, which I didn't talk about, was this perception of safety, because legal is safe. And that is a component that we do have to address by educating them on what is known and what is concerning about THC exposure and the developing brain.
Thanks. For moms with chronic use, should the breast milk be restricted for 2 to 4 weeks? Is that based off the half-life of the data?
No, this actually was when we made it, and we're actually going to be, I have a meeting coming up in the next few weeks to look at that Why More paper that just came out in March. When we picked 2 to 3 weeks, we knew that users often have positive urine upwards of 4 weeks. And because of the sequestering in the fat, we picked 2 to 3 weeks because we felt that it was going to lower the amount of THC, but was a reasonable time that we wouldn't lose mom's pumping. And for anybody who's pumped, if you're pumping only, it is not a rewarding experience. And yes, we have moms that have to do that because they're in the NICU, but if you're pumping and then your milk's being sprinkled on a plant instead of being given to your baby, it is not a rewarding experience, and it is not going to be something you want to do for a prolonged period of time. So part of why we picked 2 to 3 weeks is we felt that it would allow for a decrease in the amount of THC in the milk. We didn't have any notion that we would have 0 THC. We were mitigating risk in saying we could decrease the dose by something. According to that Why More paper, we're probably about at a half-life. So we've halved the amount of THC in the milk. So it's not based on it being gone. It's based on saying, how can I balance the likelihood of successfully maintaining a milk supply and not losing mom because we're going out too long versus trying to mitigate the amount of THC in the milk. And like I said, this is an imperfect, there's no perfect answer because we don't have the data.
Thanks. A lot of questions about for a newborn nursery or for a well baby nursery, not the NICU. What approach would you recommend? What if you don't have donor human milk available?
Yeah, the term population is different, and it's one that I am highly unsatisfied with my options because they're going to go home. They're going to go home fast, so they need to be fed, and they're going home into an environment that may be having THC smoke. And there you're looking at, wow, I'm going to have a potential increased risk for sudden infant death. And so breast milk is probably the best approach. I believe that mothers should be extensively educated in the nursery and really given the understanding of, okay, there's risk to your baby, and taking it into you're advocating, we're doing the right thing for the child, and really educating on, hey, in your pregnancy, what did you, and I think the approach needs to be, in your pregnancy, what things did you not do because you were concerned about it potentially affecting the baby? And then when you educate them about the marijuana and say, we believe you should not breastfeed when you're using marijuana and would ask you to stop, but we do know there are benefits of breast milk. So in my experience, I don't develop those policies, but the approach is to educate and allow to breastfeed, when to establish milk supply, and knowing that the benefit of milk there may be more helpful than the exposure, especially if you can get mom to stop, and you would just tolerate the fact that there would be exposure until that dose is out of the milk.
Thank you so much. We have so many questions coming in, but I do want to make sure we have the time. So this is out of 168 responses. So I'll just go over this and then I'll turn it over to Bob to give us a wrap up. So what is your role in the hospital? Obviously, it's really varied. Lots of, looks like RNs and MDs and lactation consultants are the top. Does your NICU have written guidelines regarding breastfeeding or the provision of breast milk? It's really split here. You can see yes is about 40%, no 30, I don't know is 30. Does your hospital test for THC? Pretty much yes. In both the infant and maternal toxicology screens. If a mother admits to current THC use or has a positive toxicology test and no other drugs, would you allow her to breastfeed or provide breast milk to her term infant? The top answer is depends on a case-by-case basis at 38%, and then 31% yes. And then same question for the preterm population. Depends or no actually went out here at 33% as well. And then at your hospital, is it usual procedure to consult with CPS when a mother has a tox screen that's positive for THC but no other drugs? Yes is listed at 38 and no is at 38. So we're almost at a tie there. So we just wanted to share that to provide a little bit of context about the audience on this call and what your fellow healthcare providers are doing and practicing. So Bob, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you, Caroline, and this is Bob Castro. I'm the NICU Medical Director at Salinas Valley Memorial Hospital and one of the maternal exposure or MADEX co-chair. Thank you, Christine. That was a wonderful presentation. It's great to hear from a fellow colleague who also has trained at Harvard UCLA. You remember that, Christine? Also glad to hear that you were only 8 years old in the 1980s and appreciate the Ridgemont High reference. Thank you to all participants for completing also the pre-webinar survey. Please remember, we are still hoping that your center, if it's not already participating, will participate in the statewide MADEX database. My and other centers who are participating have learned so much on how we can better care for infant exposed to substances in utero. We have started focusing on opiates, but as one of the MADEX co-chairs, along with Lisa Chai, Angela Wong, and Pam Aaron Johnson, we are discussing expanding the database in the future to include other substances exposures, including marijuana and amphetamines. But this can be done already at your specific center. So please reach out. We would love to hear from you. You will receive a link to an evaluation survey for today's webinar. Take a minute and complete it so that we'll know what you appreciated and what you would like to see in the future. Thank you for prioritizing and participating today. And a special thank you to Caroline, Tony Nolan, along with their CPQCC colleagues for all of their services, making the Maddox database a progressive success. So thank you, everybody. Caroline?
That's all, folks. Thank you so much. The slides, I don't think I showed this. The slides can be available here. They'll also be sent around in a follow-up email link. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you, everyone.
This is Ashley Randolph, the host of the Ashley Randolph Podcast Show, right here on Glo Preemies Podcast. I am so happy today to have Bridget Baker with me. And
hey,
Bridget, thank you for being here.
Yeah, we are so excited. We've really been looking forward to this.
Yes. I cannot tell you how many times I have gone over topics like the one we're going to go over today. In case you guys are wondering, she is from Booked, Bagged, and Tagged. And not only is that a great podcast, but they're all about crime stories and safe havens for babies. And I mean, you guys are going to love them just as much as I do.
Oh, thank you.
Bridget, do you want to tell everyone a little bit about you and your husband? Because you guys are a duo, which is like so perfect to me.
We
And
are.
your podcast.
So we started the podcast, honestly, we wanted something that we could do together as a hobby. And we have both always been very into the whole true crime world and the different cases of it. I'm always been very intrigued with the psychology behind all of these people in these cases and kind of like why they do what they do. And with true crime being such a hobby with both of us, we've used it as a teaching tool, if you will. Like our three kids, they know what to do and how to do it if they're ever somewhere and something happens, and we've got them like trained on how to react, just from different cases that we went over. And with each case, we try to give out resources, like different things with babies. We've talked about safe havens, or when we have a domestic violence case, we always let everybody know the different resources around us that they can have.
Now, that is interesting. Something that you said just made my eye twitch a little bit. You said that you use the stories to help educate your children.
I do.
That is something that you don't usually hear, but that is actually a great way if you really think about it. So that's actually a good tip. And it's really about the perspective.
It is. And I mean, you have to keep in mind, like we have two younger ones and then we have an 11-year-old. We do not tell them all the scary things that can happen. But with each case that we've done, I've learned something from that in ways of just like, say, we're out in town and I've listened to a case before. I'm like, okay, well, I know that if, A, B, or C happens, this is how I can react. And so I've made sure that even our youngest knows their address. They know our full names, not that we're just mommy and daddy. And they can, do what they can tell somebody what they need to tell them if they're ever in a situation to where we're not there. So we've used that to just make sure that, we are keeping our kids as safe as we possibly can, because I mean, it's 2022. This world it's a lot now.
Yes. Way different than 10 years ago or 20 years ago, I will say.
Absolutely.
Now, that actually brings into our topic today. So we're going to talk about safe havens. And I know that that's something that is truly, truly, really close to your heart. Do you want to go ahead and lead the conversation on that?
Yeah. So every state, it's a little different, but for the most part, the idea is the same. So what they do is a safe haven is basically a place to where you can take your baby, and it's where, like, because there were so many people out there who were abandoning their babies and something would happen to the baby, or people who didn't know they had other options. So we made up these safe haven laws. So like in Georgia, where we are, you have up until the baby is 30 days old, and you can take the baby to like a medical facility, a fire station, a police station, and you don't have to show proof of identity. You don't have to show any addresses, and you can leave the baby there, and you will not be asked any questions. Nothing will happen to you. You're basically surrendering your parental rights when you hand it over by saying, I can't do this, here's the baby. And that is the safest, alternative to leaving the baby somewhere, or, in some of the cases I've looked at where it just goes the worst possible scenario.
Right, right. So the key word I heard you say was you will not get in trouble.
No, you will not. Like I said, in Georgia, you can take the baby to a safe haven up until it is 30 days old. And then after that, you can still take the baby, but you would probably be asked to show some form of identity. In Georgia anyway. Now I think there was Tennessee. I think they had one that was a little longer, a time frame, but it's just a way of saying like, okay, let us help you. This is the best thing that we can possibly do for you and this child. No questions asked, basically.
Right. I love that. No questions asked. We're here for the baby. Now,
Yes.
as far as let's say a mom drops off her baby and about maybe a month or two goes by and she decides she wants her baby back. Do you have any resources or educational tips or anything you can give to those parents?
In that situation, what happens when you surrender your baby? Basically, you're saying, I cannot be this child's legal guardian anymore. So it is a form of you handing over your guardianship or parental rights. Now, to get that baby back, you would have to work with family services and things of that nature, just because, you did surrender your parental rights with it.
Right.
I'm not saying that it's impossible, but you probably it would take some time for you to get the baby back if that's what happened.
Okay, so thank you for that. For any parents who do have that in mind, just keep that in the back. It's not hard. Well, it's not a hard no, but it will be a fight.
Yeah, it's just
but
like they said, they
you
want
have
what's best for the
options.
baby. Yes.
Right. The baby's in mind. Thank you for sharing that. As far as are there safe havens in every state, or are you not sure?
I'm not 100% sure. I do want to say there's some form of a safe haven law in every state.
Okay.
I know that I think it was in 2020, there were 4,422 babies that were saved that year, which was almost tripled from, a few years ago. So it's something that sadly it is working. And I say sadly because that is a very hard situation, but I would rather a baby be surrendered and find a loving home and family than the baby struggling and also the mom,
Right. And I agree with you. If mom's already struggling, I love the fact that they have options. So if they're not comfortable going to the hospital, you can go to the fire department. You can go to different places. So, where you feel most comfortable and who you can trust the most, you have options. Options are always good. Do you happen to know of any stories of safe havens?
I do know that. So it's not technically a safe haven story, but it is one where the law enforcement and the fire station people, they just kind of went above and beyond with it. And the footage from this will just make your heart feel. Actually here in Georgia, I want to say it was 2020. We, not far from us up in Forsyth County, we had there was a family who had been on vacation and they came home. It was pretty late at night and they were walking in the house and they heard something. And at first they thought it was a coyote or just, you know, something like an animal, because your first thought in the pitch black outside is not that there is a baby.
Right.
Well, they investigated and they found a baby in a plastic bag that looked like it had been tossed off the side of the road. And, you know, they immediately just kind of jump into action, and they named her, well, I think the hospital named her baby India. You can look it up. It's such a heartwarming story. She's now adopted and in such an amazing family. But the part that of this whole story, you can look it up on YouTube, and it's the baby India body cam footage. And I don't think I saw one woman in the whole video, but the way that these police officers, the man that found her, the EMS that was on the scene, the tenderness and the loving care that they took with this baby was the absolute sweetest thing I've ever saw. It will melt your heart listening to these grown men do their absolute best that they can for this child in that moment.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm going to make sure to put that link at the bottom of our episode for baby India. That sounds really sweet and a good example.
Yes. And see, the thing, I called up and I spoke with some police officers. The case is still ongoing, so they could not give me a whole lot of information, but I don't think they were ever able to find baby India's actual birth mother or what had happened. There's now, being in the area, of course, we have heard tons of rumors of who it could be, but I don't think they ever very definitively found out who it was.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a touching story.
It is. It is so nice to see like how good she's doing now, because the way that the community came together in that time, they posted a picture of the baby on social media, and basically they were trying to find anything out, like, you know, who could this baby possibly belong to? And the amount of people who were offering to foster her until they could find something more permanent, it was overwhelming. It was so sweet to see all these people just giving anything and everything they could for this child.
We need more of that.
We do, especially in a world like we live in today.
Yes, that's a real village. That's a really, really good village for that baby.
Yes.
How old do you think baby India is now?
I want to say she is 3 years old.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
No, that's a good story. I can't wait to watch the video of baby India, and I hope that one day she makes a video at maybe 18 or 25. That would be cool to see, as an update with all. Maybe the staff may not be around, but maybe the same, like fire department or the doctors, hospital. That would be so cool.
Testimony. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a huge testimony for sure.
It really is.
Is there anything else that you wanted to cover about safe havens, which is very, very important, especially this being NICU Awareness Month?
Yes.
And preemies come out pretty early, and I have been in the NICU where I have seen parents who had their baby preemie. I seen this once. They had twins, and the parents never came back.
Oh,
and so the godmother, she was coming in to see the babies, and she was there like she was the mom. And I remember the nurses always asking, where's mom and dad? And she was saying, I don't know. So I don't know what happened after, because my kids did leave, or my son left before the twins left. But it always stuck in the back of my mind, did godmom have to take the babies? Because I never saw the parents, and it was like 2 weeks. So, that's the story that always stuck with me. So I'm glad that you brought up the safe haven topic, and I know that they do have it here in California. So if they did leave the children at the hospital, like you said, they have that right, I think here it's the same 30 days, if not longer. I'll have to double check. But the parents have that right. So thank you for bringing that up. I do want to talk to you about one more topic.
Okay.
I have to ask you, where is Irene? What is going on with her case? I know her family made a website called whereisirene.com.
Yes.
I've been following it closely, and initially, this is why I reached out to you, because this story was so mind-boggling to me that I had to get you on board.
Yes.
What is your thoughts with Irene? Where is she? Where do you think she may be? Just tell me your thoughts and let's jump into this convo.
So she was last seen alive during a video call with her parents, and that was back on February 24th. So she ended up not being reported missing until March 20th. And there has been so many like different stories come out about this that I've heard, different theories,
Mm-hmm.
They seen her fiance using a debit card to purchase items that were, it was like a boots and shovel and
Mm-hmm.
things of that nature. And obviously, when you see that, your mind goes to one very scary place.
Right.
So they have, he is identified as a person of interest, but I think there was also, according to documents, he had been accused of transferring over like $3,000 out of her bank account and ended up
Mm.
charging $600 on her debit card after he had told the authorities that she packed her bags and left.
Mm-hmm.
So very sadly, I hate to assume this, but with him buying the things that he was buying, and it looks like he's using her Visa card and he hit the $3,100 limit on it with 80 different transactions back to back. Like that really to me all points to one thing. And sadly, it makes me feel like she may have already passed away and it's being hidden or, and again, I hate to say that, but it's just in so many cases I have looked at it's one of those things when someone shows you who they are, believe them,
Believe them. Yes.
Yes.
You know what story just came into my mind as you were describing what's going on? Remember the young couple, the white couple that it was a young girl and her boyfriend or fiance.
Gabby Petito.
Yes, that was what, last year, or was that even this year?
No, that was it was last summer.
Yeah, and it's like such night and day.
Yes.
Still a couple. He had used her card. He was doing weird things that included his parents.
Mm-hmm.
And then look at how it ended. It gives me the same vibes without the same publicity because everyone was talking about that case.
And you know what's odd to me is that case absolutely blew up.
Mm-hmm.
But there were, I want to say, a handful. I can see 3 different people in my head right now. I just don't know their names, but that is my point of people who went missing in the same area within the last 5 years and nobody knew their name. Not one person.
Wow.
Yes. And it was like almost identical stories of them being in that area. They went missing and you don't know anything. Now, that is nothing bad to say toward Gabby Petito. It just happened to be the one that did blow up. And I think honestly, I think the biggest part of why her case blew up is it was the time that it blew up. Because during the time that this all happened, a lot of people are still in the middle of quarantine. A lot of people were still at home. And of course, everybody knows during all of this COVID, TikTok blew up. Like TikTok was all anybody could do. And I think that is the biggest reason her case blew up is because it got onto TikTok and everybody on TikTok, it like spread wildfire.
You're right, because it went from TikTok to Instagram to Facebook to Twitter. It was CNN, then it went everywhere. But you're
Yes.
right. I did start seeing it on TikTok first.
Yes. And everybody was sharing their theories about it. And then, of course, like we were all following it. And then it's just like it kept going and going. And then everybody had their own theory about it. And it just like conspiracy theories came out behind it. And now I think they're actually doing a Lifetime movie about her.
I knew it. I knew it would come.
Oh, yeah.
I always said that. As soon as they found him, they said it was his body. Okay, now I'm gonna ask you this, and then I know we're off the topic, Irene. I promise you, honey, we're coming back to you. When they found what they said was his body, or was it his bones or something?
Yeah, it was remains.
Do you believe really in your heart that was really him, or do you think they were just trying to close this massive case that just got way too big?
I don't think it was him. Now,
I said the same thing.
It's the rate of decomposition, even with him being in Florida where he was found in the swamp. I do not think they would have actually found anything. He was in Florida in the swamp. That's just somewhere.
Hello.
Like you're not gonna find like the elements and the wildlife down there is unlike anything else, I really don't. And also they found skeletal remains, and he returned home on September 1st of 2020, and then he goes missing, and I think they found him on September 9th. And he had just went missing on September 1st. There's no way all they found was skeletal remains. That at the rate of decomposition, even though being out in that hot Florida weather would, exacerbate all of that, it's not going to be just skeletal remains.
That's what I said too. I said there's no way.
No, not at all.
But the case disappeared just that fast. But I just knew that there's something still not right.
No, I agree 100% with what you said at first, it being something that it got too out of hand and they had to shut it down. Yes. I think he definitely killed her. He ran home to his parents, and whether it be them or whoever helped him try to get away from all this. I don't think what they found was Brian. I don't.
Ironically, I kind of feel like it was a coincidence, like a wacky coincidence. I know they found some of his items, they said, in the area.
Yes.
And I believe that he did go through that area possibly, and he may have dropped something.
Absolutely.
It just happened to coincidentally be where somebody's remains were, unless they planted it there. But
and didn't they say they had found like a notebook of him confessing to everything?
And I believe that's what I was referring to, because I remember them saying it was like a book or something, and it happened to be in the area. And I'm like, that's just that's just too close. And I just couldn't figure out, like if an alligator or crocodile or something was to eat him. I assumed they would drag him somewhere. So it was just weird that it would be right there in that swamp, right there.
And
so
there is wildlife in the Everglades and all that where he was found, that there are animals that would and can very possibly swallow him whole.
Yes.
So I just don't think it was. I just think it was very convenient how it was found and how it was just presented.
And I 100% agree. I'm glad I'm on track. See, I told you, we were talking before this, you guys, and I said I've always had a second life, if you would say, where I've always been into crime stories and following, things that happen and the facts and what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. But I've never talked about it really except to my dad. So this is really fun for me. Like this episode right here, the whole episode is like pure joy. So bringing it back to Irene, I see the same thing because the cops didn't arrest him, and then he got away. I really feel like he got away.
Yeah.
Now I know the guy in Irene's case, her boyfriend, um, he went to jail and bonded out.
Yes.
Even though all this evidence, just like Gabby Petito's boyfriend, all their evidence is like almost similar. Both use
Oh
bank
yeah.
accounts. Both, they're
He
staying with
deleted
them.
her email.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was a fake text messages, they believe, that came to the family. I think it was right after they last talked to her. And then that
Yeah.
reminded me so much. Like right now, I'm thinking of, I think Gabby Petito, like they were saying her Instagram wasn't the same caption and writing that she would use. And so
Yeah.
it's like things to throw people off. And it's like, how can you let someone else walk away? Especially for Irene, because
Yeah.
she was going to be a nurse, I know, and
Yeah. She was.
she was
I
only
mean, it's just
32.
one of. Yeah, and it's just like this is like you said, it's almost identical, and it's like, are we really going to do this again?
Yeah, and it's like I hate to say it, but it's like a slap in the face. Like, yeah, we know what happened the first time, but this time it's not as big. So we'll just let the facts roll out however they come out, and if they ever come out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, something in me tells me that she may be somewhere close to where they lived. I don't know
Yeah.
why. I don't have no evidence to prove it. But I always go back to, and you may know this story. I'm gonna call you my crime partner now. In Sacramento, I want to say like 20 years ago, or maybe even longer than that, there was a lady, and I'm from Sacramento. There
Okay.
was a lady who lived downtown, and she had a house, and she was having people come in who had like SSI checks and government checks.
Dorothea Puente.
Yes. And she
Yes.
killed them all and got all their checks. And I almost have like the same mindset for him. Like he used her and then he obviously took her money and
Mm-hmm.
then nobody knows where she is. And I almost feel like she has to be somewhere by that house. She has to be.
Yes. I mean, in Dorothea Puente's case, it's funny. We actually did a case on her recently, so this is very fresh in my mind.
You got to send me that link so I could post that too.
I will. I will. Like all of her, well, most of her victims after they were killed were just in her backyard.
Yes.
So it was, I mean, very close. And it's not like he has really ran. I mean, I agree. I feel like he's very close, or she is very close to where they are.
Yeah. I just have that real strong feeling. Because he bought the boots. I know he bought a shovel.
Yes.
There was nothing hinting at the fact that I saw, maybe you did, like any extra gas to carry with him. So like no gas cans or anything. Because I assume if you're driving with a dead, deceased body, that you wouldn't be stopping at gas stations to refill. I just, there was like not a lot of planning, obviously, but it had to be somewhere close to him. And I know they live in, I believe was it Wyoming or Idaho? Wyoming is where they were staying.
Yes.
Now, Wyoming has a lot of wooded area, I believe. A lot of wooded area. So she could be there. I just really hate that she's been missing for so long, and I really feel for her family.
That's the thing. I mean, in any situation, it is absolutely devastating, but I feel like not getting the closure in the end is what hurts the most, because it's like, okay, I'm obviously grieving because this person is not with me, but am I grieving their death or am I grieving just their disappearance? Like, how long do you hold out hope?
Oh, yeah. That's so true, because you're grieving, but you don't know what you're grieving for.
Mm-hmm.
And that alone has to be giving them nightmares.
Yes.
I
And I know
know
that
that,
they were
yeah.
talking about like neighbors had told police that they noticed him burning a 55-gallon drum that he had purchased the day of that final video.
Really?
Yes. So the shovel, the boots, him burning something in this 55-gallon drum. And it was the same day that it was that February 24th that she had talked to her mom and dad. So, I mean, it really makes you think like, okay, was she killed that day? And that was him disposing of the remains.
Because now I'm on her website that her family created for her, and they said she was 5'1", 89 pounds.
Very, very petite.
So she definitely could have been in that size of a 55-gallon. I
Yes,
think she would be able to fit in that if.
absolutely.
No, I did not know that part.
Yeah. I mean, and that's just what's devastating about it is if there's really not much in this case that gives you hope other than just, praying that it turns out well. But I mean, it's just such a sad situation because, I mean, she hadn't been in America very long from what I believe. I think her family was from Kenya. Is that right?
Yes, and they said she came May 2019.
Yes, that's right.
So she hasn't even been here long.
No, and what all of the things are saying is, so she met this man on Craigslist. So there really isn't, there's no telling what he had told her beforehand. And she meets this man, and then, I mean, what kind of nightmare was she living before this happened,
Yes. Okay, so let's see. Looking at the timeline now, let's see. So, she moved. Let's see. Oh, I see it now. February 24th. Nate buys a 55-gallon drum. March 3rd, some unusual texts were sent from her phone. That's what I was saying was so similar to the Gabby Petito case. March 8th, her WhatsApp account is deleted. Oh, that's ironic.
Oh, yeah.
March 10th, her phone number is deleted. Oh, my goodness. And then the 20th, they file a missing persons report.
Yeah, I mean, they had 24 search warrants, but they really just didn't see much. I mean, other than they found that he was charging all kind of stuff to her accounts. He had deleted her email, her WhatsApp app, and I mean, all of those things. But it was like in the Mary Catherine Higdon case, in the Casey Anthony case, it puts you in that mindset of both of those women. It's very obvious that they probably did it, but you could not charge them with murder or whatever beyond a reasonable doubt. Like I can I can have all of my theories all day long. And like the Casey Anthony case, like we know, but I cannot prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did that. Just like it puts you with him, unless you have like very definitive, concrete, evidence. That's where the jury has that gray area in which it would be awful to be a juror on a case like this because you're kind of put in a situation of like really life or death. Because a lot of times, it's either a death sentence or life in prison. And it's, if you make the wrong choice, you have somebody's life in your hand. So they take it, which you should take it very seriously either way, but you know what I'm saying? And I mean, it's just one of those things. That's why those women got off, because beyond a reasonable doubt, they could not prove that they did that. And that's what's so infuriating with cases like that. It's like, you know that what happened, but you just can't definitively prove it.
Now, you almost gave me tears right now because I totally forgot about the Casey Anthony case.
Casey Anthony was the one who was in Florida and she killed her little girl. But Lacey Peterson, that is probably one case that I have followed or I've watched and held so closely for years. Her husband, Scott Peterson, murdered her on December 24th, and she was 7 months pregnant with baby Connor. And that case shatters my heart because, and I mean, I know I don't want to get too gruesome because I mean, on my podcast, you know, it's a true crime. You know what you're getting when you come there. So I don't want to get too much, but the way that they found them and a woman's body is just absolutely amazing. And the things that it can do and the way that it protects the child, even when you don't think it is, a mother's body is just absolutely amazing. And when they found Connor, the level of decomposition on Connor versus Lacey's body was astronomical because her body had protected him and he stayed in utero for a very long time. So he was at a different decomposition rate than she was.
And I will never forget when they found the baby body.
No.
I just remember like so vividly, like the whole case. Yes, Lacey Peterson. And because it happened so close here. So of course, you know, it was like all day on our news. 24/7, the whole thing. And I remember even being at a young age, I remember him just walking around, acting like he cared, acting like he really didn't know where she was. And then the whole time he had an affair and he had a whole nother life going on. And I remember looking like, this was like the first time I realized that people had, to me, split personalities before I knew it was called split personalities. And I was like, how can you live two double lives and then sit there with a straight face to the cameras, to her family, to your family, and say, I don't know what happened?
So the Lacey Peterson case is actually what the book Gone Girl was kind of mirrored after. Now, if you've read Gone Girl or if you've watched the movie, the ending is different. I will say it, you know, Lacey is obviously the victim in the true crime case, the real case, but you just got to watch Gone Girl to understand what I'm trying to say. But I don't want to give away the ending, but it really kind of, it put it in perspective a little bit better when you're watching everything that's going on. And of course, in my mind, I was constantly thinking about Lacey and Scott. And I'm just like, the narcissistic, like, behavior behind the entire case, throughout the whole case, that Scott was like, I'm not going to get caught. You know, they're not going to look into me. Or the fact that he could turn on those tears at the drop of a hat. I was like, there had to be more going on at home than Lacey had said anything to anybody for it to take a complete 180 turn. You know what I'm saying? And it's just
I
so
actually said that now that I'm older and you know I work a lot with families and families with babies, most of the time it's arguments that went too far.
Yes.
And so when I look at Lacey Peterson, which I hope did not happen with Irene's case, you know, somebody usually gets fed up. And so maybe Lacey found the pictures of the affair, or, you know, there was something because it was getting close to Christmas. Maybe she found a gift for the other woman and she went bonkers, or some money was taken out and she saw it was at a store that she know he shouldn't have been shopping at. Anything.
And that whole like scenario right there is exactly what happened in the Chris Watts case, where she kind of found out she was pregnant and she found out about him having an affair while she was away, and he killed her pregnant with their son Nico, and then he killed their two babies. And they were,
I remember,
2 and 4, 3 and 4, something like that. And there's a video of the youngest one singing that Coco Melon song about my daddy is a hero, and knowing how their lives ended. It's so, I don't understand. Like, something that, you know, I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that I was put on this earth to be a mom. I I'm just a motherly spirit. I've raised my siblings and our 3 boys. And, that's why I think I've held the baby cases and the cases with these children so closely, because I don't understand the kind of person who could do that. But I read somewhere, what was it? I can't remember who said it, but they said something along the lines of, I don't understand how somebody could do this to a child. And the police officer turned around and said to them, as long as I've done this, I've had people ask that question. And the second you can answer that question is the second you turn into that person. So I stopped asking myself that question. And I'm like, yeah, there's some things that you just can't explain. And it's better to stop trying to ask the question and just be the one that gives the resources and has the hand held out for whoever needs the help. So these babies don't have to keep suffering through the lives behind the curtains and behind doors that their parents are hiding.
Now, that was a good way to bring both topics together. I must say that. See, I told you guys she has a good podcast. You guys have to watch it.
Thank you.
I am just so happy that, I was able to bring some awareness to Irene Gakwa story. Beautiful Black woman. I hope that this helps people look for her. If anyone has any information out there, please contact the Gillette Police Department. And you can also contact the National Missing and Identified Person System. And I'll make sure to post the links below. Bridget, I wanted to say thank you again for our wonderful episode. You are more than welcome anytime. I mean, we can talk about these stories all day long. I would love to have you back. I would love to start doing a series with you.
Absolutely.
Even if it's once a month. I know you have your own things going, but we'll talk more. And this was really, really, really powerful. You brought us safe havens and information and even a good story. And then we spread awareness about not only Irene, but we talked about Lacey Peterson. We even brought up the name Casey again, Casey Anthony, so people remember, we talked about Gabby Petito. So there's all these spaces. So we all have to come together to help one another. If you do see a sign of any type of stress, there's a common trend now that says, if a couple is arguing, stay out of it because they'll be the one getting back together and they won't be talking to you. But then you also don't want to end up with a situation like what we have in front of us.
Exactly. And you have to remember, like, domestic violence, it is not always black and white. There's a lot of gray in there. But at the end of the day, you have to say, do you want that person maybe a little angry with you that you stepped in, or do you want to get the phone call that you never want to get?
Exactly.
Another good resource is the Crime Stoppers USA. And it's just like, it's a 1-800 number. You can add the link for that, of course, but they are always taking any tips or anything out there for any cases.
Yeah, thank you for that. Please use these resources, guys, if you need to. Crime Stoppers is amazing. I do know that. And hopefully we can find Irene. I do have one more question for you before we leave here today. And I hope we don't come back on another episode. And I said, oh my God, you were right. The 55-gallon barrel that they found.
Yes.
From now we know you're not exactly, forensics or anything, but from what you have went through with your stories and background, if she was in there, do you think they would be able to possibly find some DNA on that barrel proving that she was there?
They can. It's absolutely possible that they could. It just really depends on what condition that the barrel is in now. Like blood and different things like it depends on the surface. Like with cotton or, fibers of that nature, it's near impossible to get anything out of because of what it is. But as far as like a barrel, you can bleach that, you can clean that, but then that changes it would show something completely different that they could kind of detect if there was bleach in there or not. But I would say that it would be very, very hard to keep absolutely everything off of that, or to clean everything off of that. So I think that you very well could still find something in there.
Well, thank you, Bridget, for answering that. Before I let you go, I had that burning question.
No, it's okay.
Before I let you go, do you want to tell everyone where they can find you and your husband? And
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So we are on Instagram. It's Booked, Bagged, and Tagged. And we post, like, after every episode that we do, we'll post like pictures of like who the victims were and things like that. I'm a visual learner. I have to see faces after I listen to a case.
Yeah.
And we also have a Facebook group, and it's the same name, Booked, Bagged, and Tagged. And in there, we do a lot of polls and things. Like after each case, it's like, okay, what do you think? And stuff like that. We're on every major platform as far as podcasts go. Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon, Google, things like that. So it's pretty easy to find us.
Well, thank you, Bridget. I hope you guys get 1 million subscribers after this.
That would be amazing.
This was a wonderful episode, and I will make sure that we talk again very soon.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you.
Founder of GLO Preemies and co-founder of Alliance for Black NICU Families. Welcome to AM Buffalo, ladies.
Ashley and Beth, thank you so much for being on this great stage to talk about
Ashley Randolph. Join us now. Ashley Randolph, founder of GLO Preemies and co-founder.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for a new episode of the Ashley Randolph podcast show. Today, I am so excited because I have someone very special for a very special topic that you guys have been kind of seeing me talk about on TikTok lately. So today, I have Don Mann, but if you research him and look him up, I want you guys to make sure to put Don W. Mann. Very, very important. He's a very important man. And what he's here today for is very important. So I want you to make sure you find him after. Mr. Don, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for the invite. I feel humbled and honored to be here. I'm excited.
You know what's more exciting to me is when you came today and you had your shirt that matched your background. I just love that. I love the quote. You saw I put it on the flyer, known, needed, loved. I mean, it's 3 words that really any kid needs or any parent would love to hear, even from their own families.
Yeah, it's foundational, and it's really simple, but it's not easy to discover and own in yourself. So yeah, that's part of my story, and that's I love it.
So now that you brought that up, you have me curious.
All right.
Can you tell us your story?
Well, so I think like most people, we just try to live life. We wake up and we go with the flow. And so I grew up in the Midwest, was born in the Midwest. And then we moved to Florida, South Florida, when I was 8. Those are tough years of transition, because that's when you're trying to build out your friendship base, and you're learning your social and emotional skills. So when I got uprooted at those times, it was tough. It was tough. So when I moved to Florida, I never felt like I fit anywhere. So I was just like an island. The friends I had, I really didn't trust. It was just somebody to be around and something to do. And then fast forward to the age of 23, I moved back to Missouri and went to the police academy. So I became a police officer, and I did that for about 10 years full time, and then 5 years as a reserve. About middle 30s, I decided to join the Federal National Disaster Medical Team as a security specialist. So we enjoyed deployments to Hurricane Katrina, some of those responses. So it was very interesting to be part of that. And, I had the great American dream. I wanted to get a great job, a great car, a great home, 2.3 kids, and live happily ever after, right? But it's nice to want that, but you have to know how to get it. So I didn't know how to get it. So as much as you want and you don't know how to, that creates a roadblock. So fast forward to 2011, I was in my fourth failing marriage. That's a heavy burden. And I had gone through a child custody issue. So when I got divorced from my first wife, she lived in the same state as me. And now that I'm in my fourth failing marriage, she petitioned to take the kids halfway across the country to Georgia. So I didn't want to be a part-time dad when we got divorced, and I definitely didn't want to be a part-time dad.
Right.
Yeah, I love my kids. I mean, I had a strong heart for my kids. Yeah. And then, it seemed like I fought hard. In hindsight, I wish I wouldn't have. Crazy, I know. But I'll never forget the day I was sitting on the couch and my attorney called me, and he said, "Don, I'm sorry, the judge is going to let her take them." And I was devastated. That was a sadness and a depression that I had no idea how to heal or how to work through, how to just deal with it. It was that. I changed. That was the day I began to change and then start to spiral down because of those big emotions I didn't know how to deal with. I didn't know how I became the person that I was. I just knew I didn't want to be that guy anymore. So I left full-time law enforcement and became a full-time security director. So it's on the outside, life seemed great. I was living the social media life. Looked great on the outside.
Yeah.
But on the inside, I was broken. I didn't know who I was. I didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. I just knew that what I was doing, I wasn't doing well. And so I ended up getting fired from my job at the hospital. And but my wife was great. She put me through she put me through real estate school. Wow. So I became a realtor. I had a lot of drive, a lot of grit. I always wanted to be successful. But it was something in my past that's always held me back. I became a realtor in 2008, 2009 here in Springfield, Missouri. I won a Rookie of the Year award. But in the background, again,
it looked great outside.
I began to drink because those big emotions that I didn't know how to deal with. Alcohol is a great emotional number, negative emotions. But the problem with that is it also numbs out all the good times in your life too. And it often comes with legal battles. And so that's kind of what happened to me and the crazy thing is so my ex-wife ended up sending the kids back because it didn't work out with her. So in March of 2011, I had all my family there. I was making great money as a realtor. We had a 5-bedroom, 3-bath house with an in-ground pool. I just bought my wife a Mercedes. So on the outside, it looked like it was perfect. But on the inside, I was so tore up and so lost and broken. And I was March 9th. I was driving home in her Mercedes, and I was drinking, and I sideswiped a wooden fence. And when I got home, I looked at the damage, and that was the day that things got really dark. I just took this analysis of, you're a horrible father, you're a horrible husband, you can't keep a job, you're drunk, and the world would be better off without you. And so I was convinced. So I went inside and I grabbed my service weapon that was meant to protect me, and I shot myself at point blank range in the stomach, and I tried to take my life that day. Only by a miracle did I survive.
I will say I'm glad that you did survive.
I am too. You know, it's and because this is Mental Health Awareness Month, I wanted to add this little part in here.
Yeah.
I think it's important for people that are experiencing depression and maybe suicidal ideations, and thinking about suicide and thinking that that's the only way out. What happened to me is I knew in one moment that I wanted to die, but the moment I pulled the trigger, I knew I wanted to live so bad. Like I never wanted to live so more. I think it's helpful if people if you think about that. Like,
yeah.
You don't really want to die. You just want the pain to stop, and that's where I was. But then it was fear. You know, it was like I may have just taken my own life, and I didn't want to.
Right, right. And I love that you said that, because there was so much going on the inside that a lot of people didn't even really see what was going on. But like you said, you had this 5-bedroom house, you had the Mercedes, you had everything, but it wasn't what you needed to fulfill you. And, when you said, wait a minute, after everything, it was the fear. You didn't really want to do it. It was just, you just wanted the pain to stop.
Yeah. I found myself in a deep, dark place, and I didn't like it. And I didn't know how to get any other way out. It seems like the only answer, but it's not. It's not. And the answer comes in hope. And I can share that a little bit later about the power of hope. Even in our darkest moments, we just get a little bit of hope. We can find the strength and the courage and to go forward. I don't remember much after I shot myself. I got life flighted to a hospital here in town, and I woke up a week later in the ICU. And the emergency physician came in and he said, I thought you'd be dead on my table when they brought you in. And he said, but I cut you open. He said, I looked for damage. He said, you nicked your bowel. I had to cut out about 6 inches. You'll have a colostomy for about a year. It'll be reversed and you'll be fine. And so I was like, wow, that's crazy. And then he starts to walk out of the room, and he stops and he turns around and he says, what I don't get is how a 9mm bullet that travels over 1,000 feet per second travels less than 4 inches and stops right before it hits your spine.
No.
Yeah. So being in law enforcement, I knew that 9mm bullets are made for penetration. They can penetrate up to 14 inches of solid plywood. So that was the day that God said, hey, I'm real. This is me. This is who I am. I had no doubt that I was here for a reason.
Yeah.
It's funny, the first picture that popped into my mind on that hospital bed that day was, I used to see a little picture of an old, dirty little girl in a dirty dress, but underneath it said, God don't make no junk.
Wow.
I was like, you know what? That's true. That's true. So,
see, and it's moments like that you can't deny that he was there.
Yeah.
Can I tell you my little miracle story?
Absolutely.
I didn't even tell you about this.
Yeah, I love that story.
My little miracle story is with my second child. I was in Houston, Texas. I'll fast forward all the bad stuff, but the doctor who I had in Houston, she told me she was a new doctor and that her mom was already an OBGYN. So I was comfortable with her.
Yeah.
So when it came to my delivery, of course, all my kids were premature. My daughter was born and she had her cord wrapped around her neck.
No, yeah.
But the doctor was so calm. She never even I didn't know until my daughter was like 4 years old that had happened to her. My husband had to tell me, like no one told me. She just said, oh, stop pushing. And I just stopped. And it was like a real calm in the room. I felt no anxiety at all. My baby came out and everything. Everything was fine. Of course, she went to the NICU. I went back to thank the doctor. Nobody at the hospital knew who the doctor was that delivered my baby. They have no idea who she was. They said the only thing that was on the papers was that the general MD for the day was on the paperwork. They have no idea who it was.
Wow. That's when we can't explain something that's good, we just gotta give
You just can't explain it. And I started Glo Preemies right after that. I said, God, what do you want me to do? I don't know. I had just stopped going to college, so I was going to Xavier and Tulane at the same time. And I just didn't know what to do. I had my second preemie, and then it just came to me, God, little ones. And Glo Preemie's been with me ever since.
I love that.
That is so
Such a great
cool.
story. Such a great story, and all significant lives that I know of
Yeah.
are foundational on amazing God stories.
So when you got out the ICU and you got out, what was the first thing you did when you walked out them doors knowing you just had a miracle?
Well, probably not what most people would do. I went and got a drink.
Wow.
You
That's
would think,
honesty, though.
yeah, you would think that God showing up in my life like that would have like smacked me into reality, right, and just chase your purpose. No, I still had all that unhealed, unfaced internal pain, emotional wounds, and the crazy thing about pain and emotional wounds. We try to beach ball. We try to stuff it. It's kind of like stuffing a beach ball under the water. Sooner or later, it's going to pop back up. Well, that's what our emotions do. When we stuff them, I say they go into the pit of our stomach and they lift weights. And then when they come out like, Urgh. And so, yeah, the pain came out. And so I had to go, or I felt like I had to go and drink. So I continued to drink for a few months. And then, well, it was actually a couple of years. Then December 28, 2013, I was driving home from a bar, intoxicated, and I rear-ended a pickup truck of firefighters at low speed. Nobody got hurt, thank God.
Okay, good goodness.
But I got arrested in the same jurisdiction where I used to be a deputy sheriff.
Oh, no.
So, yeah, so the thing about being arrested in the same jurisdiction where you work is all the people that are in jail know you. And, yeah.
Even worse.
So I got put into protective custody, which means I was locked down in my own cell by myself for 23 hours a day. I would get out 1 hour a day to take a shower and to hear all the other inmates scream death threats at me. But it was usually like 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. I couldn't call my kids. I couldn't call my family. So it magnified the isolation. So I was in jail for about 7 months because I burned all my bridges with the alcohol abuse and just my life was turmoil. So I was in jail for about 7 months, and it was pretty lonely, just me and my own thoughts in that jail cell. I'd never been a reader. I didn't like to read. I've always been a disciplined reader. Like, I'll read a book in school if I have to get a grade off of it, but I'm not going to sit at home on a Sunday afternoon and just read a book, right?
Yeah, it's not your forte.
Yeah, not then. I do it now because I appreciate it. But anyway, you've seen the movies where the guy comes around with the book cart.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's real. They do that. So I was in my cell, and the guy comes around and he asked me. He says, "Do you want a book?" And I said, "Give me the smallest one you got." So he hands me this he just picks a random book. He hands me this little white book, about 300 pages, and it's called The Shack. I don't know if you know the movie or the book, but The Shack is a book written by a Christian author. He wrote it. It's fiction, and he wrote it to his grandkids just as a gift. Well, anyway, the story, I don't have to spoil it for everybody, but it came out a while back. It came out a while back. Anyway, in the story, a father takes his 2 teenage kids and a 4-year-old on a camping trip. Well, the 4-year-old gets kidnapped, raped, and murdered. Yeah, pretty harsh. And of course, the father blames himself, and the children blame themselves. And anyway, fast forward to the middle of the movie, and back up a little bit. So he ends up having this whimsical journey where he meets God, Jesus, and the Holy Spirit. And in the middle of the book, he's talking to an angel in heaven. He's in a cave talking to an angel. And she said, his name is Mac. And she says, "Mac, you have 2 kids left. Which one are you going to save? One can go to heaven and one has to go to hell. Which one are you going to save?" And he says, they're both my children. I can't choose. I love them both. And she says, "No, you have to choose. You have to send one to heaven and one to hell." And he starts to break down and cry, and he says, "I can't choose. I love them both." And she says, "Neither can God." So what she was saying was that the guy that did that to his daughter, he loved him. God loves him too. And that was beautiful. And then something clicked for me that day. God showed up in the hospital room that day when he saved my life. He decided to show up in that jail cell too that day, because I thought, wait a minute, hold on. like everything just stopped. I'm like, you mean to tell me that with all of my mistakes, all of my mess ups, my unfabulous life. I mean, I'm in jail. You mean to tell me that God loves me as much as he loves the pastor behind the pulpit? That's crazy. That's big love. That's crazy. I want to know that, right?
Yeah.
So I dropped the book on my bunk and I said, God, this is your life anyway. Take it and do what you will. And that was the day I fully surrendered. And life has been, I didn't get zapped and get released and life happened. I actually stayed in jail for another couple of months. But here's the crazy. I love this part of the God story.
Mm-hmm.
So my brother, because of our past, he's always been a self-proclaimed atheist, right?
Oh, okay.
So I'm in my jail cell one day, and the jailer comes by and he says, "Man, get your stuff. You're bonding out." And I was like, "Who's posting my bond, right?" Because I burn all my bridges. I said, "Who's posting my bond?" He said, "Your brother's posting your bond." Yeah. And so I get out in the truck and I said, "Why did you post my bond?" And he says, "It's a loan. You're paying it back." And that's all he's ever said. So I love that God can work in and through people that claim not to even believe in him or have met him yet. So.
I had to put it myself on mute because I was making so many noises.
Yeah.
After all that time, your brother finally came through for you. Yeah. And it was like you seeing these little miracles almost that were happening for you out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yes.
After the little small book.
Yep. Yeah. It's like God will he used that little book to show me how big he was and how much he loved me, how much he wanted me and his family, right? So it was that spark of hope that I needed.
A little mustard seed of hope, literally.
Yeah. But then life is hard. We go from in that moment I went from feeling great and feeling amazed, feeling like I had a zest for life, to I had nowhere to go. I got out of jail, but I had nowhere to go. I couldn't go to my family.
Oh my gosh! Yeah.
So I ended up. I had my brother drop me off at a homeless shelter in Springfield, Missouri, and so I lived in a homeless shelter for 4 months until I was able to get a job and get back on my feet. But it was just one foot in front of the other. Just the determination to know that that I'm here for a purpose. I may not know it right now, but it's going to get revealed not by staying where I'm at, but by taking one step at a time and trusting God to get me there. So, and that became the journey of finding out if I'm known, if I'm needed, and if I'm loved. So,
okay. So I have a question. So you're at this part of your journey.
Okay.
Now I have to know, were you talking to your kids at this point? Because I know a lot has happened to you. It's like a year now, maybe.
Yeah. So I had 2 older kids and then 2 younger kids. So the older ones, my oldest daughter was probably 14 when I attempted to end my life. And I remember about a week before that, because I drank all the time because I was in pain all the time. Not an excuse. That was just where I was at. But I'll never forget her little face. She looked at me with tears and she says, "Daddy, you chose alcohol over us." And even though that wasn't the truth, that was her truth. That was her reality. And I had that hurt, that cut deep, right? So yeah, my kids, they knew they wanted Dad, but Dad was just not part of their everyday lives because I didn't even know who I was and what my role in life was. So yeah.
What a strong story you have.
Yeah, and you'll get people that tell you. So when I got out and I started making better choices, they're like, "Well, you don't need permission to go be their father. Go be their father." Well, that's insensitive because I made some poor choices. I can't just rush back into their lives because I'd made some choices that left some scars on them. So, yeah, and that's when I learned one of the biggest qualities. And one of your questions you're going to ask later, one of the biggest qualities I think a parent can ever teach their kids is a good one. So, yeah, humility.
Humility is perfect.
Humility. It's so inclusive. Like it comes with it has collateral other characteristics that set your children up for success with the characteristics. So.
Oh, okay. So I guess we have to hurry up because now I want to get to the good tips. Okay, so we know your kids, they really do want Dad. So I'm so glad you said that because that's what I wanted to hear. So I know dad still has room to come in, but like you said, it doesn't just happen overnight. You can't just wake up one day and say, okay, I'm perfect dad, and they don't expect you to just walk out the door one more time because they've seen it so many times. So, and it's a reality. And I do hear a lot of families that have that. Either the parents saw the same thing you said growing up or the kids. So, very, very relatable. I'm glad you brought that up.
I was asked on a recent podcast, they said, well, how did you restore your relationship with your kids or your other relationships? And I said, well, I didn't. And here's why. Because when you think about restoration is repairing the whole thing. We don't have all the parts. I don't have all the parts. They have some, I have some. So what is the goal in reconciliation? The goal is no regrets. So I had to take those steps to do what I needed to do to apologize, ask for forgiveness, admit my wrong, my mistakes, and then that's where I had to leave it. No regrets. I did what I could do, right? And then that creates that safe space for restoration. It has to come from both sides. So.
And wow, you need to go into counseling. That was actually great tip right there. And I think that works even for relationships too, just for our husband and wife or, sister and brother, all relationships. So it has to work both ways. Just communication is key. So thank you for that extra tip. I told you, everyone, he's very good. If you want to see him afterwards, remember, it's Don W. Mann. You're going to want to look him up. Okay. So I'm going to ask you what's your favorite quote, but I'm going to assume it's what you are wearing.
Actually, no, believe it or not.
Okay.
I thought about this one pretty hard. So this is foundational on I always say the comeback is greater than the setback. And so this is my foundation on the comeback. But my favorite quote that spoke deep into me when I was in the dark, deepest despair it's a Bible verse. It's Genesis 50:20. And it says, you meant it for evil, but God meant it for good, to do what it's doing now, the saving of many lives. And when I look at that on my life, it's like, wow.
That's it.
That's it. So.
I feel like that was my life too. Oh my goodness. Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow. Genesis 50:22, right?
Genesis 50:20.
50:20. Oh my goodness. I'm going to look that up. I may print that out and post it in my house as a reminder. That was beautiful. Thank you for sharing that. That's a wonderful quote. Really, really is. Okay. So we're going to go to the next question. What are the best resources that have helped you along the way?
So when I think of resources, I think of when I burn all my bridges, when I made those poor choices, and basically I was an undesirable person to be around, right? Mm-hmm. And when you're undesirable, you don't have access to very many resources. So number one was my faith community, my faith-based community, because I'll never forget the day that I walked back into church. And you think that everybody knows your story and everybody knows the junkiest things you did, and they're going to look at you and they're going to talk to you about it. But that's not the case. In my experience, that wasn't the case. I walked into church and they said, Don, we're glad you're back. So glad you're here. So good to see you. And it was that non-judgment that allowed me to breathe, relax, and walk into that journey of healing. So my faith-based community, and then piggybacking off that is that they created a safe place for me to find out, for me to figure out who I am, right? Okay. Because if we don't know who we are, we don't know where we're supposed to go. I always say that the more you tell somebody who they are, the less you have to tell them what to do. Because if you know who you are, you know what you're supposed to do. And then the other great resource was family. And it was kind of flip-flop for me. So right now, it's the good times, it's the joy, it's the intention, it's the investment. Back then, it was the challenges and the hardships that I had to endure with them. And how was that a beneficial resource? Because I believe that some of our greatest blessings are on the other side of our greatest challenges. And we have to go through them to receive that stuff. And So yeah, I look forward to challenges and hardships and kids that talk back to you and kids that want to argue about bedtime. I'm like, yes, learning
This is the time to
moment.
go. Okay, so you kind of just reversed it. You know what most people stress about, you're embracing it. Bring it on.
Yeah, I was if I failed at something or if I made a mistake or if I cried, like all those things were wrong, like they were bad, and actually they're all good if you think about it. What's guaranteed in life? Everybody's gonna do fail. Everybody.
That's true.
Sooner or later you're gonna fail at something. So instead of finding yourself in the middle of failure and decided to take a heavy weight of a loss or something negative, no, fail. I think Will Smith said, fail forward, right? Find out, don't ask yourself, why is this happening to me? Ask yourself, what am I supposed to learn from this? If you reframe it, there's no such thing as a loss and failure. It's just a learning.
And it's going to work perfect.
Yeah.
I love that. Kind of the same tips that I give my son and my daughter. So just reworded a little differently. So that's amazing right there. So yeah, I love those resources, especially the family one, because I know that you said earlier, there was a lot of tension between everyone and now they're your best resources. So I love that. Always depend on your family. It may be some hard moments. Nobody said there won't be, but there will always be something brighter at the end. Okay, so I do have a couple of questions. So I know that you love talking about bullies.
Yeah.
And our youth. So I actually had a son that I had to change him schools twice last year. Straight A student, National Junior Honor Society, smart kid, skipped a grade. The school that he originally was, he was getting bullied by the older kids. I believe because he was younger and he do wear glasses.
Yeah.
So then we switched him to a different school. And then last year he's a new kid. So it was a whole different type of bully and he had to prove, who he was.
Yeah.
So many parents have went through that, especially after COVID.
Yeah.
What tips can you provide to help empower our youth and any tips for parents on handling bullying?
Okay. So initially, this is going to sound like a very unpopular opinion. But if you notice, a lot of parents whose child has become a victim of bullying, they want the school to do something. They want the bully to change. They want the bully's parents to change. And it comes back to a very basic psychological exercise. What is your circle of control? We can't control the school. We can't control the bully. We can't control the bully's parents. So what do? It's not a hopeless situation, right? We empower our kids to be bully proof. What does that mean? That sounds like a great claim, right? Well, it is a great claim, and it started for me way back in high school. I knew this kid named David Williams, and this kid was untouchable. Like somebody would come up to him and they would just, try to make fun of him or bully him, and he was just like, what? It was just untouchable. Like he would step into his truth. If they picked on him for had a bad hair day or something, he'd be like, yeah, so.
Okay.
But yeah, he just owned his truth, right? And I'm like, wait a minute, that makes a ton of sense. So fast forward to last year, my son is 11 and he just got braces. Well, he has to get a slide. It's called a slide on the top of his mouth. Yeah. Well, he came over one weekend and he had his new slide in. He had the worst lisp ever. He was talking. And so, we do what people do, not thinking about it. And I just started making fun of him, just a joke with him, because I hope that he knows that I love him. Well, he got really bummed out, really down about it. And so I recognized the parenting moment. And so first I apologized. I was like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I said, but we've got to do something about this because you're going to go to school tomorrow and those kids are going to be all over you, dude. I said, so we need to start today to make you bully proof. He's like, bully proof? What do you mean? New concept, right? So I got a little a stack of Post-it notes. And so I started throwing them at him. Wad one up and throw it at him. And he said, stop. Throw it again. He goes, Dad, stop. Throw it again. He goes, cut it out. I'm serious. Throw it out again. He goes, I'm serious. This is really annoying. And I throw it at again. And finally he picked one up and he threw it back at me. And I was like, what? What'd you do? He's like, I threw it back at you. I was like, why did you do that? Because you were doing it to me. So no, you took what I was using as a weapon and you defended yourself with it. I said, if you do the same thing with your lisp, you go to school tomorrow and somebody says something about your lisp, you say, that's a horrible list. I don't even have to try to have mine, and it's a lot better than yours.
Mm-hmm.
You have them empower their situation with their truth. If it's acne, you can find a scenario that empowers them. If it's glasses, hey, at least I have 4 eyes. You only got 2. I can see a lot better than you. Adoption, I've heard kids getting made fun of because they're adopted. I just tell them to say, hey, at least your parents chose you. His got stuck with them. So there's always power.
Okay.
If you find your truth will set you free, and your truth is never bad. It can't be. It's never negative. Right? You walk in your truth. Your truth makes you bully-proof. So that's, and at the end of it, bringing that full circle, my son went to school that week, and he came back, and I said, so how'd it go? And he said, Dad, nobody really bullied me at all. They just asked a couple of questions and left me alone. Why did that happen? Because he had the confidence. He was ready for it. He was ready for it. And that's what bullies do. Bullies are kids that don't feel great about themselves, and the only way they know, their default to make themselves feel good, is to find a weakness in somebody else.
Absolutely.
So he went to school. There was no weakness. Like, he had that list, but he was ready for it. And bullies sense that there's no weakness. They're not going to come at him. So it's every situation is different, depending on what your kids are being made fun of for. But I think a good parent who really knows their kids can turn that truth into, let them walk it, let them own it, and let them use it. Don't let somebody else use it as a weapon against you, but use it as a defense. So if you're courageous enough to own your truth, nobody can bully you for that. So.
Yeah, at all. Nobody can use you against you.
Right. So. Yeah, and I got an example of that in my life too. With the alcohol and the DWIs that I had for my poor choices, I actually got a felony conviction, and for a long time, that was my label.
Wow.
And so I held myself back because of what I believed. I wouldn't apply for jobs that I wanted, and if you never ask, the answer is always no.
Yeah.
Until somebody was saying something, they were calling me a felon one day. I said, look, I'm not a felon. I committed a crime that's a felony. I have a felony conviction. That's not who I am. My value and my worth is not the sum total of my poor choices. So
that's it. You're more than just a title. That's what I always say about myself too.
Yeah. Labels. I don't like labels.
No, I don't like labels either. I have to agree with you on that one. So I have a question for you. And I don't think you talked about this, but I wrote down, did DARE make a huge impact for you?
So, I don't think I mentioned it, but when I was in law enforcement, I got training to be a DARE officer, and DARE stands for Drug Abuse Resistance Education. So I got certified, and I started the first DARE program in a little town called Sarcoxie, Missouri. It absolutely had an impact, and here's the impact it had. It started to bridge that gap between a 30-something-year-old man and sixth graders. Even though I'd been through it, I ran from it, so I didn't know what they were going through, and it also it helped me translate adult information into youth knowledge. So it was helpful in that area. It was definitely a foundation for a speaking career, for having a passion and a heart for youth. So absolutely.
Do you think that it also helped you with your known needed loved? Because DARE, the acronyms, and they're so straight to the point. And so is like everything about you so far has been straight to the point almost.
Yeah, I think the message that it sent me was, I went to school. I went to an adult training to teach kids how to stay off of drugs and alcohol. And then in my worst moments of life, I found myself neck deep in alcohol. So if I knew it, if I knew all that information, why didn't I apply it?
Why didn't you apply it?
It's not about knowledge.
You know what's interesting? There was a nurse who wrote on, she was advocating on TikTok, and she said families need more in the NICU than just education, because everybody can get the education, but if they don't know what to do with it, then it's just wasted information.
Yeah. Books on a shelf don't make you a smart person.
Right.
You can take in all the knowledge. It's knowing when to apply it,
Right.
the difference between knowledge and wisdom is, knowledge is knowing that tomatoes are fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in a fruit salad. So
absolutely, you gotta know.
yeah, you gotta know. And I think it also the other side of that is you can have knowledge, but if you don't feel like you're in a safe space to apply it, it's not coming out.
Definitely not. Definitely not. So you did give us some tips earlier. Did you want to review the tips that you wanted to give to parents to help with their children, or did you want to add on?
So this is what I was talking about before. So how do you help your kids, right? The first thing we can do as parents, right? And I'm coming from a guy who made a lot of poor choices as a poor parent. I'm not saying I'm like the greatest parent in the world, because I'm not now, and I definitely wasn't. I made a lot of poor choices, but making those poor choices caused me to dive in harder and become better, not for me, but for them. That's what they deserve, right? Kids deserve that. They deserve the best chance. They deserve for us to set them up for success the best we can. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing we can do is we can become the best investigators we can of our kids. Yeah. Because we didn't create them. We didn't set them, on this path. They were created on purpose, with purpose, for purpose. We just have to help them figure out what that is, right? As much as I want my son to grow up to be a NFL football player, because that's what I wanted to do. If he doesn't want to do that, I'm not gonna force him into that and ruin his life, and take him away from his purpose. So become the best investigator you can of your kid, and be bold and be brave and be humble to walk that out with them. And then there's 4 nuggets that I think parents should help their kids learn and apply in their lives. So if you think about a race, we're all running a race, right? It's our job. So if you think about a relay race, whose responsibility is it to pass the baton and to make sure that the baton is passed at the right time, perfectly, right? It's always the runner that's giving off the baton, because the runner that's taken off, like, they just got their arm, they're not even looking, right? So the parents, we're passing the baton. It's our responsibility to pass the baton well so that they can win their race. And so how do we do that? 4 nuggets. The first one is gratitude. If you teach your kid to be grateful for even the smallest things, even the smallest amount of things, being grateful, it just changes their perspective. It allows them to connect. We're all wired for connection. So grateful. The second thing is forgiveness. If we teach them that forgiveness doesn't approve what was done, it just releases the expectation that it could be any different. And people think, at first glance, forgiveness looks like it's weak, but actually, if you choose to forgive, you're retaking control of yourself in that situation. So it's actually empowering to teach them to forgive. And then the third one is gratitude, forgiveness, empathy. Oh, I love empathy.
Yay, I love empathy too.
Empathy. So I just had a discussion with my kids last night. They're like, sympathy. And I said, well, and they said empathy, and then they explained it. And I said, well, no, what you're describing is sympathy. So the difference between sympathy and empathy is you look at it like this. They said, well, you walk in somebody else's shoes. That's empathy. I said, no, that's sympathy. Having empathy is taking off your shoes before you put their shoes on to walk around. I like to use the lens. We grow up and we have life experiences, so we look through life through a lens. It's our lens. Well, everybody's like that. Empathy is stepping out from behind your lens and then stepping behind their lens to understand what they're going through. If you teach your kids empathy, it helps them be grateful. It helps them forgive, right? It helps them understand why people make the choices they do. And then the last one, I love it, and I mentioned it before, it's humility, right? If you teach your kids to be humble, when we think about it, to be humble, you have to be grateful. You have to forgive, and you have to have empathy. So if you could just teach if you can't do all 4, you got a busy life, just focus on humility, and not just teach them. Remember, we're not just giving them the knowledge. We're demonstrating it. And this was tough for me. I remember I was going to school, and my son was 6 at the time, And he used to always come and interject himself in conversations with like these big lies. Like he would make up some story to include himself in our conversation because he wanted to feel known and needed and loved. And I would get so mad because he's lying, and I knew it was a lie. Everybody else knew it was a lie, and so I felt embarrassed. Well, then I was going to nursing school at the time, actually. Then went to school later that week. We learned about Erickson's stages of development, and at 6 years old, they have what's called magical thinking, and they're not lying. He just wants to be included. He's not trying to lie because he's trying to be conniving and manipulative. He just wants to be included, and so that I felt guilty. I'm like, oh man, Dad failed, right? So I went home that night and I said, hey, buddy, I would never thought I would have to apologize to a 6-year-old, right? I said, hey, buddy, you know how Dad, accused you of lying, and I said, well, I learned in nursing school, but you're not lying to do wrong. You're lying because you just want to be included. I said, so I'm sorry I did that. And he's a 6-year-old. He's like, it's okay, Dad, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
That was a huge lesson for me. So what that taught me is, we all have failures, we all have mistakes. So if you're humble enough to admit your mistakes in front of your kids, that's setting them up for success. I know that we think that we have to be the perfect example so they can follow a perfect example, but that's just not real. That's not authentic. And I think your kids would rather want a parent that's real than a parent that's right. Just be real. If you make a mistake, own up to it. That's going to bring you closer. It's going to draw you closer together. Not have them look like you're weak. So,
and it also helps them with accepting their own failures when it comes up, because they've already seen their parents go through a failure, maybe work their way out of it. Now it's not so stressful on them.
Yeah.
Wow, good nuggets. I like those. Thank you. Very good. I hope all of you wrote that down. Those are very important. I'm going to leave with one more question. This is the most important question I have for you. Where can people find you? And I know you have something special coming up in the works. Do you mind telling us a little bit about it?
You bet. So my website is it's DonWman, all lowercase, .com. So if you just go to www.donwman.com, that's where you'll find me. I've got resources. You can contact me. I've got a contact sheet on there. I just have a passion. So my life's goal is to impact as many youth as possible, because right now suicide is the second leading cause of death between the ages of 10 and 24. I think it's tragic that children choose to take their own lives because of big emotions. So that's where you can find me, and a lot of resources on there. We'd love to hear from people. Love to hear stories. I love stories. Everybody has stories.
Yeah, you love stories too. Good. So you guys don't just send me stories, send him stories too. He loves stories.
Yeah. And so I am in the process of writing a book. I've had so many people say, Don, your story is so crazy, you should write a book. So I'm going to write a book and hopefully finish it by the end of this year. And then there's editing and publishing. And so, but yeah, it's going to be called Known, Needed, Loved, God's Story Through My Life. So I am so blessed to be able to give my kids a second chance for the father that they almost lost. So,
What a story. What a story. And when the book comes out, please let us know. We'll share it on all our websites. We thank you so much. I'm a huge advocate for mental health, usually for postpartum moms, but it can go with the youth and the dad as well. So I thank you for being here. I thank you for sharing your story.
I appreciate the invite. So honored. Thank you. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. And please come back and please let us know when the book comes out. We'll make sure to include everything in the description for you, okay?
Thank you so much, Ashley. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you, everyone. See you next time. Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of the Ashley Randolph Podcast Show. I have a lovely guest today, and I'm so excited. I've been planning this for maybe 2 weeks now for Miss Marie Mosley. She is the author of Pretty Divorce, which is a very touchy topic, which I am absolutely so excited about sharing with you all. I know we do get some questions to our case managers about do they have any resources for when going through a divorce or how to find a lawyer and things like that. So this is a little educational for you guys. She'll tell you about her book, but most importantly, you have to hear her story. Thank you, Miss Marie, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yes, thank you. I can't tell you how excited I am to have you. I have been putting your flyers up for 2 weeks now and telling anyone who would listen to me to make sure they watch today. So,
Okay.
incredible story that you have. I want you to, if you don't mind, introduce yourself to the audience and let them know who you are. And please tell us about when your book will come out. If you want to start with that, and then we'll go to your backstory. I think that will be phenomenal.
Okay, perfect. Yes, I am the author of Pretty Divorce, how to sever a toxic union and create an illuminated future. The book is on pre-order now. It's right. It's on pre-order, and you can order it if you want at theprettydivorce.com. And it should be in people's hands no later than next week. I'm finalizing everything and printing and getting them right out to everybody because it's been on pre-order for a little bit. So yeah, it's been a journey.
Right in time for the holidays.
Yeah. Oh, yes. I actually wanted it to be out this summer, but I do trust in God's timing. So I think maybe the timing is perfect.
I think it's perfect. And, I'll do another little hint. So I'm very business savvy. So my business mind instantly said, okay, holiday sales are like the highest time that you're going to have the most profit. And then it also told me that this is also one of the times when people who are going through a divorce get really sad because it's maybe the first holiday season that they're not together. And what a great book to give to someone who's sad and down and say, honey, it's a pretty divorce.
Absolutely.
That face up. So I think it's wonderful. Timing is everything. I do believe in divine timing. So I think you're going to do a wonderful job. If you need any ideas for gift wrapping them books, I already have some too. So how?
Oh my God, I appreciate you. Thank you.
I appreciate you, and just the strength to write this book. You had to have so much incredible strength to even look at what you went through to come out of that, because I'm sure you had a lot of emotion. To sit there, because I had to write a book for the NICU and my experiences, and it was one of my most traumatic experiences. I had 3 preemies.
Okay.
All 3 was horrible. So to sit there and write that was almost like journaling my experience. And there were some moments I forgot about. So I can only imagine how hard it was for you, and to still call it pretty divorce. I mean,
yes. You are the first person that understands exactly what I was going through. There were times when I had to put it down for a little while, and just go back, because it was almost like reliving everything over and over again. The editing, the going through it, the writing, it was really taking its toll sometime on me. And I began the process because let me go back. I want to say this part. At first, I really did lose my identity in this marriage. And my story was wrapped around being teenage parents, that stayed together and kind of made something of themselves. All right. So that was my story.
Like a fairy tale story.
I didn't think about the toxicity. I just like, all right, we're together. You know, we have a story, because I've always wanted to be an author. I always knew that I was going to write my story. So, but it took me years to redevelop a new identity, my own identity, without separating apart from the relationship, you know, because we were together from the time I was 13 till I was 38. Yes. All of those years.
All
those
the major milestones.
Major,
the good 20s. Oh.
Yes.
So was it hard to go through your 20s in the book? Because I know you were looking like, these were my golden years.
So the book tells you a lot, but I'm going to say this. And this is not a funny topic, but around about 16 or 17, I became suicidal. It had gotten that bad. It had gotten that bad. And I talk about it in the book. My girlfriend introduced me to her boyfriend's friend, and he kind of became an outlet. So yeah, I don't advocate side relationships. However, I have to say that my side relationship kind of saved my life. You know,
so that moment it worked.
Yeah. So my 20s were horrific at home, but they were glorious somewhere else. If that can, you know. So
I don't know why, you guys. I'm sorry, but I have to say this. I am getting the song Khalees Milkshake Bring All the Boys to the Yard stuck in my head when she said, you know, it's like this at home, but outside. Oh my goodness. But it worked for you. You're still here.
Absolutely.
So,
absolutely.
I'm not advocating for it, but
not at all. And I'm, you know, and I don't take, because I was an educator for so many years working with kids, I would have a lot of children with suicide ideation, attempts, different things that I've gone through. So I don't take that lightly. But as a teenager, you know, becoming a mother at 14, you know, I was a good student. I was a really, really, really good student. I started to fail in school. Like all of the things that made me who I was beginning to change. And it's like I deviated from the plan and I was spiraling out. So, so it became a little bit rough for me around that age. But finding another outlet, you know, albeit it was a side relationship, it really did help me. It helped. He helped me a lot. You know what I mean? Like I'm married to a different man right now. my girlfriends, some of my girlfriends, they were like, wait a minute, what? Like you're not with him anymore. How are you not going to be with this guy? Because that's how like
that's how it was forever.
Yeah, we really, really fit. But you know, things happen, and I'm in a new relationship. He's in a new relationship, but I definitely know for a fact that we both still have a really high regard for one another. You know, him and his family were my solace. They were my peace, you know, so I can never forget that. Like I can never forget them, you know, and what's awesome is my husband now, he knows all about it because him and I were best friends. So he got to know and understand how crazy I was about this guy and how indebted I was and how, you know, I hold him in a really high regard and stuff. So, and he's okay with it. He's an alpha. He's an alpha and he's confident. So
okay, absolutely.
Yeah, so he's not intimidated by it or anything. So I can talk about it. He knows about it. So,
but that's a good thing too, because he knows what he's coming into.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I hear a lot about baggage and people coming into new relationships with extra baggage. But for him, he already seen your baggage. So you're really not coming in with no baggage because you already knew each other. So that
Mm-hmm.
actually, do you think that you guys are more on like a soulmate type of plane now? Because
my husband, let me
the
be,
one you're with now.
because you know what, my husband was like, tell your story and be honest. I really felt like the other guy was my soulmate. I really, really, really did. And there's some amazing stories about our journey that I'm even thinking about putting into a book. Like, I used to be able to feel his pain. Like, if something happened to him, I would know, you know? And so when I think about my soulmate, I don't know. My husband right now, me and him I guess because we were best friends or something, we fit. It's crazy to me. You know what I mean? Because some women wait their whole lifetime to feel what I felt with the other guy and even what I feel with my husband. You know what I mean? Like, my husband is my dude. He's my, my ace rock. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's so I never compare the two of them, but they both were like gifts to me. That's how I feel, honestly. You know what I'm saying? And I wouldn't give my husband up for anything, like, for anything, because he's really been there for me, for my children. Like, that's their father. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's their father. And so his place in my life and what he means to me is tremendous. So it doesn't compare to the other one. It's different, but both of them were beneficial to my life. You know what I mean? Yeah. I can't in all honesty take anything away from the other person. You know what I mean? Because
it's like getting two different jewels, and it's like they're both beautiful in their own way.
Absolutely. And it's fine for that. You know what I mean? It doesn't have to be one
part
or the
of your
other.
crown.
Absolutely. And so my husband is just like, he's my life now. And he knows that I wouldn't deviate from that for anything. You know what I mean? I can still give honor to the other person without being disrespectful to him. It doesn't take, because he's that guy. You know what I mean? He really is. He's awesome. He's one of them people. He has his own children biologically, and then he has my children. And anybody, even me, I look at him with all of them, and you can't tell which one's a which. That's how savvy he is and how much love he has to give, that he's willing to spread it. You know what I mean? He's willing to spread it. And so, but yeah, we both have a really good understanding. A lot of people think that you shouldn't talk about your past relationships, but we were best friends, so we told each other everything. Everything. Yeah, I feel this way, and this person did this, and I feel this way about that. And then we ended up together. So, and we didn't let it get in the way of what we felt for each other.
Yeah.
So yeah, but that's,
So listening to you sound so confident.
Oh, thank you.
I gotta know. I'm gonna tell you a little backstory about some of the women in my family. Okay. And why I found what you just said so powerful. Because you are able to divorce and find somebody else to make you happy. And you still are good. Your life is good. You don't have to dwell on the past, and you
not at all.
Someone that still matches you. So I have been with my husband. We've been together this month. On the 29th, we'll make officially 10 years. Okay. And we've been married for 6. A lot of the women in my family are not married. Okay. They have all got married and divorced. Okay. And divorced is where they stayed. Okay. So to me, growing up, it was almost looking to these women. They were all powerful, independent women, but it was like, why did you stop on your love life after divorce? Like, they didn't feel they were worthy enough. But then I hear you come, and I'm like, okay.
well, it sounds like she knows she worthy enough and she went and got her man. So, it's an eye opener. So, for those who are out there listening to or watching, if you have a background like me where the family that you have, they get divorced and stopped, here's a story that tells you can continue to move on. And so it's powerful.
I think that one thing, my background in psychology and counseling and things, it really helped me going to school, right? I learned a lot about relationships and human behavior. And I was hell-bent on not bringing my baggage with me. Like, I wanted no parts of it. It had to go. I didn't want it to go into a new relationship. I didn't want it to go to the store. I didn't want it to go to work. Like, this is done. It was a bag of garbage to me. It wasn't like luggage to keep carrying around. It was something to discard, right? And I also did not want my husband to pay for what someone else did to me. I think that's completely unfair. I also talk about it in the book. Anytime someone did something to me, I dealt with them, and this has been me since I was a little girl. I dealt with that person personally. I didn't carry it outside to dump it on people that did not deserve it or give it to me, or they had nothing to do with my pain and my suffering. So, and there's a lot of women that ask me that, like, how did you do it? Because it is a process. It's a process of learning to trust somebody again. It's a process of you allowing somebody to really love you, and believe that that's what their intentions are. So my process, I took some time off. I did. I wasn't, because a lot of us, where we make mistakes is jumping in and out of relationships, back and forth. Like, we get the revolving door and we never take our time to really heal, process what happened, reflect on what happened. What did I do wrong? Because everybody's not perfect. You didn't do everything right. What did I allow myself to be involved in? What do I not want to be involved in? And you used the key word earlier about journaling. It's really important for women to start writing down what's going on. I have 5 million notebooks.
Okay, so I do too.
All over the place in this house, but they're good because you get to get your feelings out. You get to act. And you also said something before we started. We talked about girlfriends, right?
Yeah.
Girlfriends are good. Their intentions are good. But most of the time when you talk to your girlfriends, if women want to admit it, it turns into like a male bashing session. And we just go,
Absolutely.
And here, and this one from 10 years ago, he did this. You're muted, Ashley.
That's
those,
Absolutely.
Those conversations are not productive. They're not productive. And they keep us stagnated. They keep us bitter. They keep us resentful. And those are recipes for never really going on because now you're not really open. You're not open to having love come to you.
Yeah.
And you're not willing to give love because somebody already trampled all over it. But you know that saying about the $1 bill or a $10 bill, you can crush it up, smash it, kick it all around, and you drag it through the dirt. And when you open it and take it to the store, it's still worth $10.
Still $10.
So if we can understand that our value is not diminished because of the stuff we've gone through. And life does go on after whatever his name is. Like, it's okay. You don't let one monkey stop your show. You keep the show going. You have to, because if not, they win. I don't like to reduce it to that, but the truth is they win.
Yeah.
They left you a shell of a woman, while they're out enjoying their life with whomever, and you're sitting around you've not really find yourself, and that's only if you want to have another relationship. Some people go through so much they don't want to be bothered anymore. But
Yeah.
even in those places, I think that if they went through some healing and, mindset changes and self-development, reinvent yourself, turn things around, it can work for them. They don't have to be alone. I don't think that we're designed to be alone.
I agree. I don't think we are either.
We
Definitely
are
not.
I think we were designed for companionship, and to have someone that genuinely loves us in our lives. And because one man didn't appreciate it and didn't understand the treasure that he had, that's his problem and his loss.
Yep.
And you have to shift your mindset. You have to. Because if we sit around pondering what we went through, why, if I shoulda, coulda, woulda, why didn't I, we're wasting more time.
Yeah, I agree. And we don't have that much time to lose. Every day we get older.
Absolutely.
I have to ask you a question.
I'm here for it.
You have this accent. You got to tell us about your accent, where you come from, and if you don't mind, I know we talked a little bit offline about some of your family and some of your family stories and how they are in the book. You don't have to say it all if you don't want to, because we do want you guys to get the book. So, but if you want to, just touch on it a little bit, just to invite everyone into your life and how you were able to get this beautiful mindset that I hope we all can have after meeting with you today.
Thank you. So I was born and raised in the Bronx in New York City. Right? Growing up, people thought I was Southern for some reason. Now, my dad, I don't know. My dad is was born and raised in South Carolina. So I didn't know, maybe his genes were that powerful that I got his accent. But I'm originally from Bronx, New York. We just quickly, my dad died when I was 5. And we came from, we came from a quaint little neighborhood. And after his death, we had a fire.
Really?
So no, I shouldn't leave my precious dog out. After my dad died, maybe like 2 months later, we lost our dog that was there when I was born. And then we had the fire. And then we moved to the projects in the South Bronx, which were a bit intimidating, but we had to do what we had to do. That's where we were placed. And so we lived there for a while, after getting used to all of that. Around about when I was 12, my sister passed away. And I don't want to say, well, my sisters, both of them are my favorite siblings. I'm going to say, my brothers, I got my oldest brother that I'm like in love with, my oldest brother. But my sisters were my sisters. They never treated me like a pesky little kid. I was like their life, anything, like, what do you want to do? Take me shopping, doing my hair, everything. So I love my sisters. But my middle sister, she was 22 years old and she had a preemie. Yes, she had a baby. She was born 1 pound and 7 ounces.
Ooh, little warrior.
Yes. And she fought through that. She came home on Valentine's Day of 1983. She was born in 82.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So a long NICU stay.
And my sister, they gave my sister the wrong medication.
Oh no.
For an allergic reaction. And she ended up, oh God, I've never told nobody this. I wrote it in my book, but I didn't never utter the words.
Well, you're in a safe place, so know that.
Yeah, I know, but it's still difficult.
It's still hard every time. I know.
Oh, God, so she ended up she was hallucinating from this medication, and she and the baby went out the window.
Oh no.
Yeah. And
I'm so sorry.
it's
That's
been
why
a
you're
minute,
such
but
a fighter. Man.
so the baby passed away that day, and then my sister was in the hospital for 2 months. And the day we told her, because we didn't tell her for the whole 2 months, she was in the ICU, unit for 2 months, and the doctors suggested, because she couldn't really remember what happened, and the doctors suggested that we didn't tell her, because it would be detrimental to her healing and her health and everything. And once she got herself together and she was in the regular room and she was asking, like, now I'm out of the ICU, I can see the baby. I need to see the baby. They got a psychologist, my mom, the clergy, we all were in there, and we all told her what happened. And she was gone the next day.
No.
Yep, she was gone the next day. The doctor said she went into some sort of cardiac arrest, that she had this pneumonia that they didn't detect in her system. And I was like, yeah, no, I don't think that's it. Like, my sister adored that baby. You know what I mean? Every single day at the hospital, for as long as sit there and wait till she go back in and visit. You have preemies, you know how it what you go through, you know what I mean?
I'm thinking, if I was her in her place, and not talking for your sister, of course, but if it was me and then I heard that news, I mean, you literally, how we were talking about earlier about, you don't want to lose yourself. But when you're in the NICU, you kind of do lose yourself, and then you become all about that baby. And then I can totally understand her feeling like her whole life just got snatched, because that's all she worried about. And that, I know those NICU stays are not easy.
Yeah.
Bless your sister. Bless you.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, she was completely attached to that baby. I mean, if the baby would have a stain on her t-shirt. I remember we couldn't see the stain, but my sister
she was like, no.
And she's like, no, I have to change her clothes, and she just cared for her so much and was very attached to her. And I really do believe that in her heart of hearts. I know people don't, we don't know how life works. We don't know how people do what they do, but I just believe that she let go of this life because the fact that my niece wasn't here, and I think the thought of her seemed like having something to do with it. I think it was crushing her.
It was too much.
Yeah, it was too much for her to bear. That day that we told her, it was in the morning. So me and my mom stayed with her like the whole day. The family was in and out, but we stayed there. And I can't count how many times she just kept saying, I'm sorry. She didn't cry. She didn't cry. She just was like, I'm so sorry, Denise. Do you forgive me? And I'm like, no, like mommy said, it wasn't your fault, that they gave you the wrong meds. It's not your fault. Like it's nothing for me to forgive, you know what I mean? But,
she was in shock.
She was she was over it, So I ended up losing my niece 6 days after my 12th birthday.
Oh, you were so young.
I think after my 12th birthday, and then my sister passed away in 2 months after that. And I literally had to go back to school. Like, I literally had to go back to school. Like, I didn't just bury them. you know. And it was my 13th birthday. I'm wrong. It was my 13th birthday when I was going into 7th grade. Yeah.
Wow.
I had to go right back to school, like maybe a week after we buried my sister. Like, you know, and try to maintain grades and act like everything was, you know. Now, not for nothing, school was a big thing for me. So it really was a way to get my mind off of stuff, but it wasn't doing what it used to do for me. It was horrific. Like, I think I felt like a zombie some days walking around, you know.
So your brothers, are they older or younger?
Yeah, I'm the baby.
You're the baby. Okay.
The bunch, yes.
So
it was 6 of us. It was 6 of us.
Big family.
Yes.
And I'm the only child until I was 18. Then my dad had another child, so I do have a half sister who's just as intelligent as me. But wow, 6?
Yeah, 6 of us. Yep, and she was the 3rd oldest. It's my sister, my brother, my sister, my brother, then me.
Okay. So you had a lot of brothers. Did they during this time, because you're talking about going back to school, and obviously you went through something very traumatic. Do you think your brothers was very consoling to you at that time? Because you're the baby, so
I'm gonna be completely honest with you. My sister was like the glue.
Yeah.
You know, and we realized something very, very weird. My oldest sister says that my other sister was my mom's best friend. So my sister was born February 1st. My mom was born February 20th.
Oh, okay.
My mom passed away August 28th. My sister passed away August 31st.
No.
Yes. Yep. And it really was strange because my mom is buried on top of my sister.
Wow.
So when we finally got because due to COVID and all of this, it took a little while for, to get things in order. But when we finally got the stone, the way my mom purchased the stone, 20-something years ago, it was left with enough room. So instead of us buying a brand new stone, we just had them remove it and add my mom's information to it right under my sister. And when we went there, we were looking at the stone like, wait a minute, they were born in the same month. They passed away in the same month. And my sister was like the life of the party. She was the one, that one person in the family that kind of lights it all up and have everything and everybody. So anybody from New York to South Carolina, I'm skipping Washington, D.C. We have a lot of family there. Anybody that knew my sister was really devastated. It was hard. At the time, I'm going to say really that no one kind of wrapped around me. No one really, was like, oh, little sis, like, how you doing? And as I was writing the book, I realized that we all were in the daze. We all were traumatized. It was so tragic. My brothers thought that her boyfriend had something to do with it. They were on the warpath. They were thinking more about that.
Really, yeah.
Yes, because she was at our house. She had left her house in the pouring rain with the baby. That's how we knew something was wrong. So, and she came to our house for like shelter. And then her boyfriend showed up around 3-4 in the morning trying to get her to go home. And so she went home. And then the next phone call we got was that she went out the window. So my brothers were on the warpath. We didn't know what happened. She couldn't really remember too much. So we didn't know if he did something to her or whatever. So no one, and right after my sister passed away and we went to the hospital and came home, I kind of went mute for a week or so. Like I wouldn't speak, I was just dazed out. My mom was there. So I don't, they didn't really come to too much, gather around Denise because something might be wrong with her. My middle name is Denise. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So, but as now that I'm older, I don't really blame anybody because I know that we all were just in the daze. It was unbelievable, unfathomable that this was happening, to us, to her. Yeah. And so I don't blame everybody. Everybody, went into their own corners to try to figure out how to process it and deal with it and get their lives together. So
I can't even imagine, like, just visualizing everything you're saying right now. It almost feels like a bad dream that's never going to stop.
Yeah.
I mean, from the age of, I think you said, what, 6? You're 5 when your dad passed away, and then the fire, and then you had to move to an area that was a little different.
Very different.
Then you had to, I'm assuming, learn all different type of skill sets to live in this new environment.
Absolutely.
And then this
you have
with
to
your
learn.
sister.
Let's just call it what it is. I had to learn how to fight.
Yeah.
And I had to learn how to survive. I did. And I talk about it in the book that, I was just starting to get my bearings straight. Like I finally started to feel a little bit of stability. Yeah. Like things were normal for a little bit, and then my sister, it just literally pulled the rug from under me. And then after that, so that happened when I was 13.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. So you met your first husband around that time, right?
And by the time I'm 14, I'm having a baby.
What?
Yeah. It just, I'm telling you,
my
sister dying really just threw me off. It threw me off completely. Like it just threw me completely off my game. I'm telling you.
Okay, wait.
I'm telling you.
Okay. This interview is getting so good. Okay, I have one question. We got to 13.
Okay.
And then we're going to have to get you a documentary, okay? You get to 13, and I'm just so curious. You were talking about going back to school and your grades.
Mm-hmm.
Like, did your grades at this point just completely fall, and then you met him? And
so that summer, while I was dealing with everything with my sister, we went into we went with my girlfriends were always talking about him.
We're talking about girlfriends again.
Yeah, they knew him. I didn't.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not for nothing. My brother was a part of the Nation of Islam. And he used to teach me a lot of stuff. And he used to teach me a lot of stuff about being a Black woman and, a female. And, how it's because of women that we populate the earth and how important we are and our contribution to society and stuff. And so my brother was he was a very integral part of me being almost as powerful as I am. God had a lot to do with it. My mom and my sister, but my brother, young, that's the type of time he spent with me, teaching me who I am, teaching me to look at people's character, and not just taking them at face value or what they said or material things. People had to show me who they were, not just, So I didn't really like this guy, which makes matters a lot because I didn't really like him at first. I didn't like him. He was not a good person. He messed around with a lot of girls, different stuff. So we ended up getting to know each other, and I gave him, I let my guards down and gave him a break or whatever. And by the time I turned around, I was in a serious situation of peer pressure. And yeah, no, really, it was peer pressure because I knew better.
Yeah.
I knew better, and you know how hard it is years later to look at look at your life and know you've made these mistakes or going down this path, knowing that you knew better.
I'm working on that with my son who's about to be 12 this year. Right now.
Absolutely. You know what I mean? You have to tell him that, because my husband, my new husband, he has a saying: decisions, decisions, decisions. And your decisions can change the whole trajectory of your life. Like it really, you could think it's minute, you could think it's small, one little decision could just change your whole path. So we have to be, because life is life.
Yeah.
And life is not playing with people.
There's no redos.
It does not care that you're 12. It does not care that you're 13. It does not care. It doesn't care that this is your first time. The sperm met the egg, and guess what? You're having a baby. See what I mean? Life is for real.
One time. That's all it takes.
And it was my first time.
No. Even more traumatic.
Let me tell you something. I was just like, I was like, what is happening to me? Like, why?
Wow.
You know? And it's so many years later that I can say that it's okay. You know what I mean? Because now that life has given me so much lessons and so much experience that I can help other people. You know what I mean? So they say that God gives his the toughest battles, to the strongest soldiers. So if he saw fit to say, like, you know what, she can handle it. She's gonna make it through it. She's gonna come through and she's gonna glorify me and let people know that I do exist because I brought her through. Then it's okay. But in the process of it, it's not. In the process, it wasn't okay.
I know you were just wanting to throw in the towel so many times.
What's going on? I was like, what is going on? What is happening? Why is this happening? All of these things just keep happening. And I'm in the center of it all,
What a testimony.
Yeah.
And we haven't even got to the end yet. We're only at 14 years old. Oh my goodness. I have to ask.
Yes, ma'am.
I won't get into so many because you do have this in your book, right?
Yes.
Some of this. So I won't ask too many questions. But I am so curious to know, when Mama Baby came in and said, Mama, I'm pregnant, what was Mama's response? Because you the baby. We got to remember.
Yes, absolutely. I'm glad you realized that. I can't wait for you to read this book because I'm glad
I can't wait to read
realize that I'm 13 and pregnant. And as a woman, you can say, she's still a baby. Because some people didn't treat me that nice.
Yeah.
Some people didn't care that I was 13. But you'll read about that. So my mom, my sister, the person that didn't treat me well, was on the warpath against me, and I had to get to my sister. I couldn't think. I couldn't take time to think about anything, so I had to call my sister. My sister is my rider. She does not have children.
Okay.
I am. And I don't care about her godchildren. I don't care about my children. That's her nieces and nephews. I am the closest thing she has to her own daughter.
You claiming that right now?
Oh, absolutely. And you can ask her. She'll tell you. She has always treated me well. She has always taken care of me. She has always, she's never, in all of my ups, downs, back and forths, mistakes, my sister has never treated me like, what's wrong with you? Are you dumb or something? Like, what's happening? But she's always
That's all we want to hear.
She's always just like, little niece, what's up? What we going to do? What you want to do, So I got to my sister, and once my sister was on my side, that was all she wrote. That was really all she wrote. You know, she was like, she had just moved into a really nice area of the Bronx. She had 2 bedrooms. And she was like, if you want to come and live with me, you know, with the baby, she's like, you're more than welcome to that room. She was like, I know you might be a little embarrassed. Like, I don't know what you want to do. You know, she was like, well, I don't care. But all I know is you're finishing school. I'll pay for daycare. I'll do you're finishing school. You understand? And I was like, all right. You know, so when we went, she went with me to tell my mom. She actually told my mom for me.
Oh, so good.
She wasn't one of those people like, you have to say it. You're gonna say it. It was like, Mom, this is what's going on. This is what's happening. This is the part I'm playing. Like, so what? And my mother was like, what? My mother was like, like, wait a minute, wait, that ain't a part of the plan. You know, we talk about college in this house. We talk about finishing school and education. That's not a part of the plan. And so I pretty much told my mom, you know, this is what I'm doing because of my brother. You know, my brother was very big on the things he taught me. Abortion was not one, like, we were not going to do that. So, you know, I told my mom I didn't want to do it, you know, and I was going to have this baby. You know, I made my bed and I'm going to lie in it and we going to be okay, you know. That's why I was hoping to, when I saw that you had youth and parents on there, I wanted to tell children, because I feel like I was my most powerful at 13 years old. Even when I sit in front of people and they're like, oh, you seem so confident. You seem to have it all together. And I'm like, ooh, some days I don't. But when I was 13, I was severely determined and persistent. And like, kids are powerful. You know, kids are powerful. I think kids are powerful because they have not been in the world long enough to be, you know, some of them, because some of them do have it rough. I don't want to discount the ones that come into the world with these rough things going on. But for the most part, kids have not like been tainted. They've not been like traumatized to their core, really hurt, you know. And so they still have a lot of strength and resilience in them. They know how to bounce back quick. And so I always want kids to believe in themselves and know how powerful they are, you know. And so, and so at 13, I was like dynamic. I was just like, I was like, let me tell you something. I did this. This is my responsibility. I'm taking ownership of it, and I'm having this baby. I'm not gonna do it. Like I just wasn't willing to do it, you know. And I
had to advocate for yourself. Yeah, and you are a really good advocate. It sounds like.
Thank you. And you know what? I don't only advocate for me. Even when I was a kid, I advocated for others. You know, my mom, she used to work, she was a para for the New York City Department of Education, and she worked in the special ed department. And you would not want to make fun of those kids. You would not want to be on the side of, you know, talking down to people, or, you know, my mom, she was that person. She was not, she wouldn't allow it. And so if we did it as her kids, we would have something to pay once we got home. So, you know, we grew up looking at other people, you know, as equal to us, you know, not beneath us in no way, education wise, financially, anything of that nature. We had to respect people, you know, whatever station in life they were in. And so I think that's what made me a big advocate for kids even when I was younger. I don't like bullies.
Yeah,
I don't like clique mentality. I have a zero tolerance for it. And so I've always been willing to stand up for those that are like less fortunate and things like that. in my book, my mission, I have a mission in my book. And so
let's get to the mission.
Yes. So for a certain amount of books sold, I do fully loaded backpacks for the homeless. Okay. I love it. It's like so cute, right? So New York has this thing called the Midnight Run, and what they do is they go out at night, and some of the homeless people might know where they can go to meet up with the Midnight Run, or they go around the city and they give out different stuff. And so I used to give out blankets like during the winter and things like that. COVID came, so it kind of threw me off my game, but I'm definitely gonna get back into it. Now I like to do little backpacks, right? Make them a survival kit. Put some blanket in there, socks, a hat, some gloves, because it gets cold out there in the wintertime. Some soup, some hot chocolate, some toiletries and stuff, toothbrush and different things. Let's give out some. Me and my husband did it a couple of times. It was awesome. It was really, really good. It was really good.
Keep me updated. When you guys are doing it, let me know if there's a way we can donate some items or funds. Maybe if we have some extra funds, we don't mind helping out for
Definitely.
the cause. Let me know. I know I've talked to you. You're still in the Bronx, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I think I talked to you before, but we work with a hospital really closely in that area. So we do have a lot of families in Glo Preemies who live in the Bronx.
Okay.
So I will be coming out there soon. We were supposed to come last year, but COVID. So we'll probably be there next year to take a little tour of the Bronx area.
Yeah.
But I would love to help
meet you face to face.
Yeah.
Love to meet you face to face.
I would love to meet you too.
I
got one more question. Hold on.
But wait, I want to say this to you. I want to thank you for doing that for people in the Bronx. The Bronx is a very low socioeconomic territory, and we don't have the greatest health care. We don't get, the Bronx in New York City, to me, gets treated like the little redheaded stepchild. And so And so there's not a lot of programs for our families here. And so I take my hat off for you for coming from somewhere else to help the people here. I really appreciate that.
I will tell you, thank you so much. Let me start with that. I appreciate it. I'll tell you this much. My family is not involved at all with what I do.
Okay.
So if you ask them, hey, what does Ashley do? They'll probably tell you, I don't know. She works from home, I guess. They have no idea what Glo Preemies is. They have no idea what the Alliance is. They have no idea how many policies I have single-handedly helped change. For your area alone, I believe we have already sent maybe 6 breast pumps to new NICU moms, Black NICU moms. We are working on sending more right now as we speak.
Okay.
So that is just one of the little things that we do. So just to let you know that I am very appreciative for you acknowledging anything that I do, but I never do it for clout. That's what they say. I do it more because I was a NICU mom who had no family who came to see me when I was in the NICU with my baby. I'm a mom that never had a baby shower because I had preemies. I'm a mom who's been let go by a doctor because I was too sick. Just too many bad things. So I thank you for sharing your story, particularly the preemie story.
Yeah.
But is there a way for those who just heard what you're doing with the mission to be able to help donate to you? Do you guys have like a Cash App set up, or will you get one so that if people see this video and want to help contribute to what you guys are doing without getting the book, or if they want to get the book and still donate, how can we do that?
So currently I don't have a Cash App set up for it.
We'll work on one.
Yes, we will. Yes, we will, ma'am. Listen, you're gonna be right. You don't even know how much you're helping me right now by kind of giving me some tips and instruction. Like, hey, girl, get this together.
Oh, good. We're gonna have you popping, okay? Don't worry about it, you guys. So you heard her. She is gonna get a Cash App or something to that caliber, and what she do, I will post it under this video. So keep looking for this video, see if there's any updates. I'm sure I'll have you back when the book comes out.
Absolutely.
I do want to do a giveaway for the holidays. I need that book for the giveaway.
Okay.
For
and
sure.
we will definitely stay in touch. I want to see you when you come to the Bronx. I want to, I want us to get some lunch or something.
Yeah, I can't wait.
I greatly appreciate you having me. It's been an honor. And to know what you're doing here in the Bronx is really, it is very moving to me. Because like even when my sister was in the NICU, there was no helping. There was no, it was thank God we had my mom and my sister to do stuff and to help and to, even me when I had my daughter as a teen, I was like that, growing up, I was like, there's nothing here to help, people that have I did have a high school. I did go to a high school that had a daycare, but even with that high school is still an alternative high school, but it no longer, I don't believe it has the daycare center anymore, which was tremendous because that gave people a real opportunity to go to school and continue their life and, so, but yeah.
Do they have any of those options anymore?
I'm not really. That was the only school. It was called Bronx Regional High School, and I forgot the name of the extension because they had an extended piece to it where all the pregnant girls went to school. So if you were pregnant, you can attend and you just be in class with other pregnant girls. You wouldn't be amongst the general population. Yeah. And then once you had your child, you were able to still come to school and bring that baby to the daycare center. But they don't have, it was beautiful. New York used to be a really awesome place to live, and it had a lot of resources, but not much is going on here anymore, so for you to still be in the place of trying to help out here, it's wonderful.
We're gonna have to connect really, for sure.
Definitely, because I'm ready. It's gonna the winter months are coming soon, so I'll be this year I'm doing something special. This year, all of the blankets that I buy, probably in the blankets and maybe in the hats, I'm gonna have my daughter sew in patches that says Jesus loves you. Because I want them to know that it comes from him, not from me.
Yes, look at you. So I love that.
I want them to know that he is thinking about them. He's not forgotten.
He's not forgotten.
Yeah, because I would not have gotten to this moment without
him.
Absolutely.
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
I don't. Yep. That's why I said earlier. I believe everything happens in divine timing. God little ones is what GLO stands for. So GLO stands for God's little ones. And I truly believe because, quick backstory, when I first got pregnant with Aiden, my oldest child, it was in 2010. I was going to Xavier in New Orleans and Tulane at the same time. Going to be an OBGYN, wanted to be a doctor. That was my main goal. I wanted to be a baby doctor. And I went to Tulane because I wanted to do public health because I wanted to work in the World Health Organization. Ended up having Aiden with 2 semesters left. And here we are 12 years later. I have GLO Preemies. It incorporates both of them. So I'm still dealing with babies. I train doctors now. I educate doctors through what I do at CPQCC based at Stanford. Not only that, that was my college that I really wanted to go to. My
Okay.
mom said I couldn't go to Stanford because she wanted me to go to Xavier because they were known for African Americans to go to medical school.
Okay.
I still ended up at Stanford.
Absolutely.
I'm still there, and I'm the
Still
first
gave you your
African American to become chair. So I have that honor under my belt.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I got that this January, so it's probably one of my most proudest moments. But just like you said, your trauma makes you who you are. I only got that honor this year because of my 3 preemies, because I came in as a preemie parent who became advisory board member, who then became chair of everything within the NICU. So everything's divine timing. Your book is divine timing.
Man, thank you.
We're not going to go into your divorce because you guys, I want you to get this book. Help her with the book as well as help the mission. So if anybody do want to donate before she has it, you can donate to Glo Preemies. Please put the mission in the description so we know where to send the money to. If you're sending it to Glo Preemies, just put donation to Glo Preemies. If not, put the mission so we can send it directly to her.
Thank you. Thank you.
And then, yeah, we'll get that going. I'll put everything in the description. To everyone, we are now on iHeartRadio now. So we are on iHeartRadio, Anchor.fm, YouTube, as well as Roku TV and Spotify. So you can look up Glo Preemies or the Ashley Randolph podcast. If you have a question that you would like to give to Miss Marie to have her answer for you, maybe by email, you can do so at anchor.fm/Glo Preemies/message. And we will make sure she gets it. And we are just so grateful. Now, before I let you go, because it's amazing, and I am going to bring you back for part 2. Before I let you go, where can people find you? Because that's the most important thing.
Yes, so I am on Instagram at marie.d.mosley, Mosley. And I'm also on Facebook at Marie Mosley. And like you said, they can email the pretty divorce at gmail.com. And I'm also going to I'm going to set up a Cash App and send it to you. So if anybody wants to donate, I would greatly appreciate it. I will share photos so you can see that your money is going to good use, because I would like to do at least 50 backpacks this coming winter. I want to do more, but I'm saying my minimum is going to be 50 to give out to the homeless. Yeah, so there's a lot going on out there right now. And people need our help, And
let's not forget that it does snow, so it's very, very cold. So this would be going to a good cause. If everyone helps, even $5 adds up.
I do hat, glove, scarf, and socks, and a blanket.
And the blanket.
So,
yeah, I think it's wonderful. You have such a good heart to say everything you've been through. Your family sounds amazing.
Thank you.
So we know that you came from some kind of good background. We may not know them personally, but we know that they're tough, they're strong, and you're the baby. So you're gonna just take everything that you've seen from them. So you have to be a tough cookie. So we are so appreciative of you and
thank
your
you,
work.
my dear. I appreciate you.
On behalf of all the millions of women who may be going through a divorce right now, thank you for writing this book on behalf of them, so that they can move forward like the women in my family. Hopefully I'll never have to go through that. I don't think I will, but
you don't want to go through it, but it's those that have been through it, or those that feel like they're stuck, I definitely feel like my book would help them. Because I have a little bit in there about us divorcing ourselves, not only from men, but some other toxic behaviors.
See what I'm saying?
So it's, you know, it runs, it's a pretty, I'm proud of it. I'm very proud of it. And I can't wait for everyone to read it. I appreciate you. My husband appreciates you. My 4 babies and my 2 grandsons appreciate you. I could not get off the here without mentioning my kids. They are awesome. They are resilient. They went through this divorce with me. Yeah. They empowered me and I empowered them. And we built amazing bonds with each other behind it. And so, yeah, it's doable. It's okay.
I got a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How comfortable is your husband and kids with being on TV?
I don't think my kids will have any problem with it. Let me tell you something. First of all,
not for an interview though.
My son is Mr. Congeniality. He's so astute, and he's such an awesome young man. My girl, I have one daughter though. She's very much into her faith, and she's very modest. And so she might be like, "Mommy, I don't want to be on TV." But the oldest two would get ready for you. Like, here we are.
I'm here.
You know, yes. And hubby, like I said, hubby's an alpha. He's very confident. He believes in himself. He would have no problem. We'll show up.
We'll definitely talk after this.
Yes.
We're doing a holiday special for our Roku TV. Okay. And I would love to offer you and your family a little part in it.
Okay.
And I'll talk to you off of here
about
it. And then, I just want to offer it. We are trying to uplift as many Black voices as possible. Because when I first got started, there was a lot of people who are at the top right now in the NICU world who told me I would never make it unless I had everyone included. And I said, absolutely not when we have the highest rates. So I know how hard I had to fight, and I'm going to try to make sure that you guys don't have to fight as hard as I did.
And I appreciate that. And I want to say this, my book, anybody can read my book.
Okay.
But I really did have us in mind. Yeah. We go through a unique set of circumstances in almost every situation out here. So I have women that might not have resources. You know, I talk about court and everything in there. Like when you got a lawyer, all of that stuff.
The good questions.
You know what I'm absolutely, because we have to speak up for one another. We have to, you know, and I don't shun anybody. Like I said, it's because we all women, we all go through divorce. But when I was going through divorce, I didn't have, you know, $10,000 to get a lawyer to fight for the house and the Rolls Royce. I didn't have all of that. And so I want to talk to people that really do need the assistance, you know, and that need someone to be able to be a voice for them. And so I appreciate you for that, and just know that I am following in those footsteps as well.
I'm so happy for you. This time next year, you're going to be like, ooh, girl, I'm on book number 2. It's like, girl, when is it coming out? Oh, you already have it out?
No, I don't have it out, but it'll be done in the next few weeks. Like I'll be ready to send it off for editing.
Ooh, all right. Okay, so when book number 3 coming?
So it was. You know, I think the Lord was like, I want you to do 3 this year, but I didn't. I've been going through a lot of because my mom passed away.
Okay.
And so I've been finally coming up from that, you know, from that.
She passed this year?
Stuff. No, she passed in 2020. Girl, it's so much stuff. Let me tell you something. It is so much stuff. And I'm gonna quickly say this. My daughter, the one that I said is modest, this woman, this cult leader, talked her into. No, I'm being honest. I'm not.
I'm serious.
I'm being very serious. She talked my daughter into leaving home and not speaking to us anymore.
No.
Yes. In 2018. Yes. And so we were going through that and trying to get her back. And Then my mom passed away. It's been a lot, but you know what? God is still good. He's still on the throne. I stayed in prayer with me and my sister and my family. We started a whole prayer group, and God brought that baby home. She's home. She's doing well. She's happy. She's not, she's not, she has things, but she's not like some people that come out of situations like that. She was there for 2.5 years, and she came home, and she's not anywhere near some of the horror stories that I heard. So I'm grateful. It's been a battle. A journey. It's been a journey, girl.
I'll tell you really quickly, too. Oh my goodness. See, I told you we could talk forever. Really quickly, my story kind of matches yours. So my mom died January 4th, 2019 with a CPAP machine on her after she'd been complaining about it for a year. She dies in her sleep. My dad dies February 11th, 2020, the next year. Last year, I find out that there is a lawsuit case against Philip Respironics because they knew for 10 years that their CPAP machine was letting out toxic gas instead of oxygen, which is what my mother was complaining for. I am currently right now trying to settle out of court with Phillips. They don't ever answer. Because I really don't want to go through the whole lawsuit proceedings. Like I'm drained at this point.
Yes.
Okay. The whole situation, can I please just put it behind me now?
Yes.
I feel like I still have never grieved. So I'm just here, just like, come on, let's close this so I can move on. But all of that has happened really fast. And then my grandmother, my mom's mom, she had a stroke this year. She had a blood clot in her brain earlier this year. So she's still alive, but she's nowhere to where she used to be. So if you ask me, I feel like since 2019 to today, all the close relatives I had growing up, they're all gone, and they drop like flies really fast. Close uncles, everything. Just
girl, we lost, starting with my mom, we lost 9 in 7 months. Starting with mommy in 7 months, we lost 9 back to back. In 1 month, we lost my aunt. 2 days after that, her son-in-law, and a month after that, her husband, my uncle. So one of my cousins lost her mother, her husband, and her father in the span of a month. Girl, I'm telling you,
it's like I don't know what is going on.
Woo, but let me tell you something.
Woo.
I trust the Lord, and I don't think He let us go through all of that for nothing.
I agree.
It just cannot be for nothing. There is some sort of something. He got something waiting for us. And let me tell you something. Do not be weary in well doing, for in due season you shall reap if you faint not. He cannot lie. It has to. You understand? Yeah. All of what you're going through, all of what you've been through, losing your parents, it is all for a reason. Is not all in vain. You're gonna be able to bless so many people's lives behind it. I know it don't bring them back and fill that void, but God will fill that void for you with His love. And that's really how I have to move through life.
Yeah. And it's not for money. I will say that it's not for the money, but I definitely I don't even, I ain't gonna say no number because they'll be like, oh, listening. But what I will say is it's about the fact that they did something wrong. They knew they were wrong. And the advocate in me won't let me be quiet for my mom, but be loud for a million other people.
Oh, no, you can't. You cannot do that. You have to. You have to. When the thing happened with my sister, my mom, she was so out of it. I think she settled out for the most minute. And my mom wasn't a real fighter. She didn't like confrontation and all of that stuff. So, but
She just wanted it to be done.
She just wanted it to be done, but don't let it go. You know, these people, these medical, they have to start doing better. And real quick, and when I was as a counselor, we would go to a lot of different workshops. And I went to one workshop and they were talking about the medical field and how things are disproportionate between Blacks, not only in housing, but also in the medical field. And I had never thought that was even, you know, I really just thought that the medical field, doctors, their oath, I thought they had integrity, right? But it helped me to understand why my mother, who went to the hospital every year for a checkup, for every annual, I could not understand. I said, how can you be telling me in 2005, my mom only has 1 year to live because one of her valves is completely destroyed and the other one needs to be repaired? It is no way possible. My mom keeps up with all of her doctor's appointments, with all of our doctor's appointments. And it was an awesome cardiologist that God used to save my mom's life, basically, because they had given her 1 year to live. And he did this new surgery on her to clear out plaque from her arteries, to make her heart strong enough to survive the surgery. And then what they did to her helped her to live another 15 years. Right?
Wow.
But I had no idea. And it wasn't until I went to that workshop that I said, that's how mommy's heart was able to get to that condition, going to this doctor, the same lady, year after year after year. And they explained how in the white community, they'll get the cure, while we just get something to you know, help
send us home.
We get something to help the symptoms, but we don't actually get what we need at sometimes. And I was really thrown back by that. I was like, doctors are doing like
all about insurance.
Have people's lives in their hands. But guess what? It's real.
It's very real.
So you do what you have to do and you hold them accountable. Make them be accountable. Because it's not okay. That's your mother. You know what I mean? It's touch your life and no.
And she was only 50, just made 50 in 6 months. It was January because our birthday's in June.
Absolutely.
And I will tell you, you were telling me about your baby and how she was with your mom and then you just got her home. So that night, my son was actually staying with my mom. And they actually were with my grandmother. And so my grandmother is the one who found my mom. And my son didn't know that she had passed. By the time he woke up, they had already came and took my mom out and everything.
Wow.
But to this day, I still think that's when everything, like for your backstory, that's when everything for Aiden, he's a top 10% in the state for state testing. But his grades started going down right after that. And he started to get into fights at school. So we had to switch him schools. And it was like I had to almost rewire Aiden. So when you're talking about rewiring your daughter, I'm like, I'm going through that now with Aiden and trying to put him back to where he was before he had all these losses at one time. Because he never lost nobody. And then all of a sudden, it's like boom, boom, boom. And he's like, I can't go to grandma's house no more to babysit. I can't go by grandpa at all. I mean,
he sounds like my son. My son was very close to my mother. Very close.
See, how's your son doing now? I know it's been about 2 years.
She passed away 2 days after I dropped him off at college.
No.
Yep. 2 days. That Wednesday we took him up, and Friday she was gone. And he was like, Mommy, I'm here. Like, and he was a freshman. He was like, I don't know what to do. Like, I'm here alone. I need to get home. And I was just like, calm down. I'm gonna get you a plane ticket. You're gonna get an Uber. But you in college now, you know, you gotta talk to the people. You gotta explain to them what happened and tell them you have to go home, because it was still in in the midst of COVID, and they didn't want you leaving campus. They said they had a bubble. They had a bubble around the state, and once you came in, they didn't want you like going out, coming back. But my son was like, I don't care if I can't be in school, then I was like, no, we're gonna talk to them first, and then we're gonna get you home. But I got like I'm terrified because you're there by yourself. I need you to calm down, and we'll figure it out. If I tell you, boy, let me tell you, my son, while my mom was sick, my son was washing her, helping her, like without me even knowing, because I had hurt my back. And I was like, what are you doing? You can't be changing grandma. He was like, but mom, your back is messed up. Like, I have to help you. I have to help grandma, you know. Them boys are something else. They're amazing. And that's why your son is going through that, because of the love he had for his grandmother, you know. And you just gotta help him work through it. You gotta just help him work through it and keep talking to him, you know, and it's difficult. It's difficult. Loss is difficult.
It very is. I thank you for talking to me through that. And we were supposed to be talking about you, and we done ended up helping me out. Okay, that's how a good interview goes.
It's okay. Yes, and we will definitely stay in touch.
Yeah, we'll have you back for a part 2. And thank you so much. And everyone, please share and go visit her Instagram and Facebook. Like, follow, subscribe, share, all that jazz. And look out for the mission. That's what we're going to call it now. So if you hear me say we're getting ready to do the mission, we're talking about them backpacks, okay? So thank you again, Marie, for talking to our families, and we will talk soon.
Yes, ma'am. Take
Hi there. Have you ever wanted to publish your own story but didn't know where to start? In this video, we'll show you a step-by-step guide to self-publishing your own story. Step 1. Write your story. Whether it's a novel, a memoir, or a collection of short stories, make sure your work is completed and polished before moving on to the next step. Step 2. Choose a platform. There are several self-publishing platforms available such as Amazon Kindle Direct Publishing, Barnes and Noble Press, and Kobo Writing Life. Do your research and choose the platform that best fits your needs. Step 3. Format your book. Each platform has its own formatting guidelines, so be sure to read them carefully. You can hire a professional book formatter or use free templates to format your book. Step 4. Design a book cover. A book cover is the first thing that catches a reader's attention. You can design a cover yourself or hire a professional designer. Step 5. Publish your book. Upload your formatted book and book cover to your chosen platform, set your price, and hit publish. Step 6. Promote your book. Use social media, book blogs, and book review sites to promote your book to potential readers. And that's it. With these 6 steps, you can self-publish your own story and share it with the world. Thanks for watching this video, and don't forget to subscribe to our channel for more tips on writing, publishing, and marketing your books.
Hey everyone, welcome back to our channel. With fall and Halloween just around the corner, we thought it would be fun to share our top 10 movie picks for teens and for some of you younger siblings also to watch during this spooky season. So grab some popcorn, turn off the lights, and let's get started. First up, we have Hocus Pocus. This classic Halloween movie is a must-watch for anyone who loves witches, magic, and a good laugh. It is perfect for a cozy night with friends or family. Next on our list is The Nightmare Before Christmas. This Tim Burton classic is a great choice for those who love a mix of Halloween and Christmas. The music is catchy, the animation is stunning, and the story is heartwarming. For those who love a good scare, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem gives the right amount of thrills and excitement throughout the film. If you're in the mood for a classic horror movie, The Monkey King: The Legend Begins is the reimagined version by Hollywood of the film The Monkey King: Havoc in Heavens, the origin and birthplace of the Monkey King story. For those who love a good mystery and a good movie to watch with your younger siblings, and Paw Patrol: The Mighty Movie, a magical meteor crash lands in Adventure City and gives the Paw Patrol pups superpowers, transforming them into mighty pups. If you're in the mood for a comedy, Leo is a great film. A 74-year-old lizard named Leo and his turtle friend decide to escape from the terrarium of a Florida school classroom where they have been living for decades. For those who love a good coming-of-age story, The Witch is a great choice, and you can watch it with your sisters. Witch follows a young girl named Asha who wishes on a star and gets a more direct answer than she bargained for when a troublemaking star comes down from sky to. If you're in the mood for excitement, watch Wonka with your parents. They had Willy Wonka and We Got Wonka. The story will focus specifically on a young Willy Wonka and how he met the Oompa Loompas on one of his earliest adventures. For those who love a good film, Ghostbusters Afterlife is one everybody loves. Set 31 years after the events of Ghostbusters 2, it follows a single mother and her children who move to an Oklahoma farm they inherited from their estranged father, Egon Spengler, a member of the original Ghostbusters. The sequel will come out in December 2023. For the last film, but not my least favorite, we have Migration. Migration is a film about a family of ducks trying to convince their overprotective father to go on the vacation of a lifetime. A film for not just you, but for the entire family. Well, that's all we have for today. Leave a comment of your favorite fall movies and don't forget to like, share, subscribe to Glo Preemies. never miss new content and to check us out at glopreemies.org. Thank you. Have a good Halloween.
Host, welcome back to our channel. With Christmas just around the corner, it's time to spread some holiday cheer. And what better way to do that than with festive wreaths? Today, we'll show you some amazing DIY ideas to create your very own wreaths. The first step is to gather your materials. You'll need a wreath frame, some evergreen branches, pine cones, holly, ribbons, and anything else you'd like to add for a personalized touch. Start by attaching the evergreen branches to the wreath frame. Use floral wire or hot glue to secure them in place. Now, let's add some pine cones and holly. You can arrange them in clusters or evenly spread them out. Get creative and make each wreath unique. To give your wreath that finishing touch, tie a beautiful bow with a festive ribbon. You can choose traditional colors like red and green, or go for a more modern look with silver or gold. And there you have it, a stunning DIY wreath, ready to spread Christmas cheer. Don't forget, wreaths can be made in different shapes and sizes. Hang them on your front door, over the fireplace, or use them as centerpieces for your Christmas table. Deck the halls, top 3 Christmas wreath designs. Let's get started. Design number 1, the classic wreath. This timeless design features a lush green base adorned with vibrant red bows, golden baubles, and pine cones. It's a traditional choice that never goes out of style and will bring that festive spirit to your front door. Next up, design number 2, the whimsical wreath. This whimsical design takes a playful approach to holiday decor. It's filled with colorful ornaments, sparkling ribbons, and jingle bells. Hanging this wreath will surely bring joy and smiles to all who see it. And finally, design number 3, the rustic wreath. If you prefer a more natural and cozy look, this is the one for you. With its combination of fresh pine branches, pine cones, and burlap bows, it provides that warm and inviting touch to your home. There you have it, our top 3 Christmas wreath designs. Which one is your favorite? Let us know in the comments below. Don't forget to give this video a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button for more festive inspiration. Thanks for watching, and remember to have a joyful and magical holiday season.